Yes. Good. Good. All right. Everything's good. Fantastic. All right. Let me make sure. Let's see. How we doing, boys and girls? Hope everybody's doing well. We're gonna get into it in just a moment. I just want to check my volumes, so give me a second to do that. Say hi in chat if you're new. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right, let's get into it. Okay. Hope everybody's doing well. We've got a lot of stuff to cover. Today, I wanted to talk about the conservative mindset moving forward now that Charlie Kirk's memorial has passed. And I think now more than ever, we have to be just as strong that now that there's some closure coming to everything, we need to continue as though this cannot be the end all be all. We cannot just, go back to our lives and forget that this happened. And Father Anderson, welcome in. So we can't just forget that this is what's going on. We can't just go back to normal and move on with our lives. Conservative people need to realize that this is a problem and just keep pushing for the solution. So, I don't really want to listen to this. I just want to talk. um, Maybe I can play with the volumes so that I can't hear it, or I at least it's much louder for me than it is for you guys. Oh, it's okay. Whatever. We're gonna pause it so I can actually like focus on what I'm talking about. I'm sorry about that. As I was saying, Charlie Kirk's memorial service cannot be our way of moving on past the problems that are happening here in the United States. We have a lot of big problems that we need to take care of. And the most important thing for us to do is not slow down and not forget that these problems exist. Now, we've got so many things going on in social media. I'm going to talk about them briefly. I'm going to cover quite a few of them. We're going to talk about Dan Clancy first. Dan Clancy has been called to Congress to speak in front of Congress regarding the terrorist propaganda that is on his platform and his corrupt enforcement of the terms of service on said platform. So called, I believe that's coming soon to Congress. We're going to watch a video so that I can show you. Here's a 3-minute one. Perfect.
Dan Clancy is the CEO of Twitch, and he's not having a very good time, because as you may have heard, the CEOs of Twitch, Discord, Reddit, and Steam have all been called before Congress to testify about the left-wing radicalization of their users, and what the Congress calls open incitement to commit politically motivated acts on some of the platforms, which obviously isn't good for Dan Clancy here, because everybody knows that Twitch is incredibly biased, and that there's just so much stuff that these congressmen can dig up on both sides of the aisle. You know, you have the Democrats who are very pro-Israel, you have the Republicans that are very anti-left-wing. Dan Clancy cannot win going into this, because either he's going to have the Republicans pulling up clips of Hasan saying something crazy, or he's going to have the Democrats pulling up videos of Hasan saying something crazy about Israel. There's no winning for this guy, except Hasan has put him in between a rock in a hard place. And alongside Dan Clancy, some other CEOs are going to testify, like I mentioned. We're going to have Humam Saknini of Discord, Gabe Newell of Steam, Dan Clancy of Twitch, obviously, and Steve Huffman of Reddit. All of them are going to have to sit before Congress and explain themselves as to why there's radicalization going on their platforms. Now, of course, one of these is...
By radicalization, we're talking about people who are dressed up and who go to protests dressed up like jihadists. Right? That's what we're talking about. The people who go to rallies saying Free Palestine while dressed up like an actual terrorist. Not dressed up like a Palestinian or dressed up like an American, but dressed up like an actual terrorist. Right? This is the rhetoric that we're talking about here. We're not just talking about left-wing radicalization, like people who are vegans. we're not talking about like some friendly radicalization. We're talking about people who openly are inciting violence and people who are referencing criminals, or you know, grandstanding criminals. We're platforming. Oh, who knows? So we got Hasan Piker. We'll get into him, right? We'll ease into all this. So Hasan Piker, let's talk about what he said about capitalists. Kill those capitalists. Let's see if it shows up. Let's see this.
Hasan Piker is in the news again for all the wrong reasons.
Of course.
Again. This comes to us from Australians versus the Agenda. And they said Twitch streamer Hasan Piker has appeared in an ABC News interview attempting to defend a resurfaced clip where he said, and I quote for YouTube, this is not me saying it, this is me quoting someone else. Yeah, kill them. Murder those MFers in the street. Let the streets soak in their effing red capitalist blood. Holy crap, you're trying to get my channel taken down just by reading this. This guy said this on a stream, bro.
Yes.
Come on. This prompted Elon Musk to accuse him of incitement to murder and fueling violent discourse in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death. So it's a 1:20 clip. Let's make up our own mind on this one, guys. See what we think about this.
I want to ask you about your own rhetoric. I noticed that Elon Musk has been posting about you.
Yes.
And I don't know the context
yes.
of these particular statements, but here's a quote from you about landlords who don't want to rent out their properties. You said, kill them, murder them, let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood. Doesn't that make you part of the problem with violent discourse?
Yes. Simple answer.
I mean, fair question. It does kind of showcase a contradiction. I'm curious to see how he handles this. Surely he's not going to deflect it, guys.
Question.
And he will accept accountability and say, yes.
And actually answer the
what
question.
I said there was wrong, right?
Right.
This was in a conversation that I was having with a landlord
Let's hear a simple answer. This is a simple answer.
friend of mine, and it's of course hyperbolic. And
It's hyperbolic.
it was a landlord friend of yours, and it's of course hyperbolic. It's just a joke, bruh.
Right.
It's just a joke. By the way, this is what they always do. It's what Alyssa did when she started suing me.
Yeah.
And when I was like, well, this is the shit
Oh,
you said yourself. She's like, oh, that was a joke. That was just a joke. When you said you challenged the internet to the fight, when you said come fight me physically.
And if you have a problem with that, come fight me physically, bitch.
Just a joke, she claims now, which again, sure didn't sound like a joke to me. Sounded
Right, she
pretty
sued-
raw,
he sued her.
uncut, and that she
Yeah.
wanted to fight people.
Yeah.
It's what they do. It's
Yeah.
like the same ideology. It would
Right.
explain why she likes this guy so much too, because they share a lot of the same talking points and thought process.
Interesting thing I was just thinking about is like as violent as these people pretend to be, hardly any of them join the military. Isn't that crazy? As strong as these guys pretend to be, none of them are willing to defend their country. None of them are actually willing to face real, like, life and death situations. They don't actually have the ability to carry out the things that they're talking about. I mean, you got Charlie Kirk's murderer, but like it's not like he had the stones to do it in front of people. He had to do it while he was hidden, out of sight.
it's not meant to be sincere. This is not sincere advocacy. It's not a real policy that I would ever advocate for. And that's precisely the reason why when
And your viewers would know that, right?
No, if you watch his chat, they all listen to him.
Like,
And that's why we have people who are dressed up like jihadists who go to rallies, like No Kings rallies and whatnot. I don't care if people want to go and protest. I don't have to agree with your protest, but if you're gonna go to a protest like a typical American person. You are fighting for like the betterment of America. That's what your protest is supposed to be for, right? So if you're fighting for the betterment of America, be an American. Don't be a terrorist. Like that, the whole thing undermines your entire protest. But you've got people like Hasan is the biggest problem on the internet when it comes to our country because he talks about politics and because he's on a platform for streaming, which is a social media platform. He gets gamers involved. He gets the entire Twitch platform involved. He gets the entire Democratic Party involved because he claims to be a left-wing person. And he's so left-wing that he's a criminal at this point. Like saying these things and doing these things, he's taking moderate leftists and radicalizing them. He's indoctrinating people to commit terrorism, which in my mind makes him a terrorist, an actual terrorist. He's so big. And the problem with him is that he is so big. He's the largest left-wing political commentator, if you could call it that, but that's what they call it, on the internet. And he is so big that people repeat what he says because he's big. It's like a trickle-down effect where the smaller left-wing people will look to what he says and then repeat it. And then you've got the slop channels who looked at what they, and it just trickles down. But it all stems back to him. He's the root of most of the problems in this country. He's the reason why left-wing people who are, who like 20 years ago, you'd make fun of a Democrat because they were a vegan, right? And now they're out there with sniper rifles killing people that they don't like, when they don't like what they say.
Like they understood all this underlying context that you're providing now. Everyone knew that in the moment.
Republicans were desperately looking for any sort of incisive language that they could present.
Oh, the Republicans are the problem. Oh, here comes the projection. It's not me.
It's a
It's
straw
those
man.
damn Republicans that were looking for anything to showcase me being a bad person.
He's got nothing to
It
do with
couldn't
the
possibly be the things you said.
This is not a response to when somebody asks you a question, you respond to the question. You don't go off on your own tangent.
They went back to a very obvious instance of LARPing.
Okay. Very obvious instance of LARPing. Okay. Sure. We'll go with that. That's no one's going to confuse it with anything. Okay.
An insincere statement that is obviously hyperbolic from
Again, insincere statement, obviously hyperbolic. Everyone knew it was a joke, is what he's basically getting at right now. It was obvious.
No, it doesn't matter if you're joking.
I believe 2018.
My question stands nonetheless. Doesn't
Yeah,
that
great.
Right. I love that.
I love how she follows up. She's like,
So anyway,
anyways,
back
you,
to my
you
question.
stand by it or not?
Yes or no?
kind of language contribute to the atmosphere of violent, even lethal violence in the United States?
I don't believe that my insincere statements that don't reflect on any of my beliefs whatsoever in 2019 has led to any sort of real world violence whatsoever.
As if you didn't like Hasan enough to begin with. We had that. Now, I want to present you guys.
So that's what he said. I just wanted to show you what he said, right? So this guy is just a disgusting person. And we're going to keep talking about him. And we're going to keep covering him until he doesn't exist on the internet anymore. I think that this guy is such a big problem that he needs to be banned from the internet. I think that he's caused damage. He's radicalized people. He's made people become violent. Even if he directly didn't do it, then he indirectly did. I believe that he is the root of all the problems from the left wing in the United States. And we're going to talk about him, and we're going to talk about him, and we're going to talk about him, and we're going to talk about him until he doesn't have a platform. Yeah, Destiny is bad too. You're right. Destiny is bad too. But I'm going to tackle one person at a time. I believe that the internet can handle Destiny on their own, but I feel like Hasan really requires a group effort, and I'm going to put in as much effort as I can. Because Hasan is the one. Yeah, sure. You've got Destiny who said that there should be a genocide against conservative people. He said that they should all be afraid, that they should be in fear for their lives to go to a rally in public. So definitely Destiny is. I had a problem. Who's Milo? I don't know who Milo is. Is Milo another left wing creator? It's a Fortnite person. Yeah, I've seen these, actually. One of my chatters posted one of these things. So right side? Wow. He's got 1.5 mil. That's good. We need people like that. We definitely need people like that. And the crazy thing is he passes so much for like, look at him. He passes for like a Gen Z. Like, he's relatable. He's so relatable to young people. He's got the stereotypical Gen Z haircut. Let's see, Charlie was the nice guy. Milo just don't care. Oh, you mean he's like chaotic neutral? Like he just goes off on people? That's awesome. We need people like that. We need people like that. So that's great. Fantastic. Yeah, we need people like that. Falcom. The amount of manipulation and the amount of like questions, like when you can't have a conversation with a hardcore left-wing person because they won't actually engage in the conversation. The entire conversation will be disingenuous because they'll be sidestepping and straw manning the entire conversation. You ask them a yes or no question, they'll tell you a story. You ask them an A, B, do you think that murder is good? Yes or no? And they'll say some kind of thing where it's about them or where they're projecting their values or where they're projecting their beliefs. And then you just ask a yes or no, right? This is great. I hope he comes out. I hope he comes back. That's fantastic. When was the last time he streamed? Or he streamed 3 weeks ago. When was the last time he made a video? Well, he's making videos. He's not done. What do you define as not sure he's a streamer? Well, he streams. But he's a content creator, so he might do like streaming. He's got one stream on the entire platform. He's not a streamer. Okay. He moves, likes to go to colleges like Charlie. Oh, okay. But how come I don't see any political stuff in his... I don't see any political stuff on his channel. It's very interesting. Check X. Oh, everybody's political on X. Like, that's what X is for. Milo. I'll just type in Milo. See what pops up. I think it's him. It can't be him. Is this the guy? AKA Milo. I think this is the guy. What does it say that Nick Fuentes was so convinced the shooter was one of his? Well, Nick Fuentes is a retard. You know what? We do actually need a little bit of background music. We're going to play a little bit. We're going to just turn it down. We're going to turn it down to like that. And then I'm going to go into X or into OBS and I'm going to turn it all the way up. There we go. There we go. That works for me. So this guy is personally went after Ricky Vaughn. Meretricious hag. I love the... Okay, this is the guy. This is the guy. Release your... Oh, this is good. So that's 5 Americans he killed this month. Who? 4 U.S. citizens killed, including 3 children in Israeli strikes on Lebanon, says Lebanon government. Yeah, we don't belong. We should not be anywhere in the Middle East right now. Yeah, this is the guy. All right. Let me play in case y'all missed the memorial yesterday, there was a specific part of the memorial where I actually found something Hasan did was funny. and we're gonna just play it.
Line specifically when he talks about like people who
Let's back
I
up.
want to see the influencer line again.
no one
Does anyone
had
have a
ever
clip
heard of.
from that line specifically when he talks about like people who oppose? Because there were some highlights here, a lot of lowlights, a lot of highlights. What is this? And then he just will add
What a
on
bitch.
Charlie loved it when I did this stuff over and over again.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his assassination
Wait,
with
influencers?
sick approval,
What?
excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that.
Back up a little bit so we can actually hear it again. President Trump was talking about going after social media influencers.
Again.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his assassination
Wait,
with
influencers?
sick approval,
What?
excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it.
He's coming
Some
after
of the very same
influencers.
people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder.
Look at his face. Look at his face. He knows the President of the United States is talking about him. He knows.
Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV
Which he
show
just
where
did. He literally just
the
did.
anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week we're implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed
my
or misguided people.
God.
But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also.
No, he was not.
We gotta. So he's scared. He's so scared. Oh, it's great. The world is falling apart for Hasan Piker, and it will continue falling apart until he has nothing left to talk about. I clicked on the wrong button. I want to go to my history. Oh, on mobile, the history, you have to click on over here and over. Okay, so I want to play. Which one do I want to play? This one. No. That's me. That is also me. Okay. It's in here somewhere. There it is. We're gonna watch this one. Yeah, Trump is pissed.
Did that on purpose. Wrong pronouns. How disgusting.
Unusable now. It's literally owned and operated.
Hold on. We're gonna go back. And I'm gonna just search.
Welcome
for it.
back to a series so devious. Even Light Yagami subscribed. In today's video, Hasan continues his beef with Destiny after a chatter suggested they're quite similar and should join forces.
And that's another reason why I won't go after Destiny, and I'm not working on Destiny right now. I've been making some I've been doing some networking. And there's a guy by the name of Tactical Templar who we're very we're in communication quite a bit, right? And oh, he's live. Oh, let me say hi. Hold on, let me say hi. I'm just gonna say hi.
Could say whatever they wanted because they were willing to be violent and police wouldn't do anything about
And
it.
they got used to it.
And now,
The arrogance is out
of control. And now,
can I not chat in his chat while I'm
now that Trump is in
there it
office,
is.
20
and
years,
people are feeling more comfortable calling it out, they
and
went
it's
on
not
social
that
media and
everything's 100% understood or known, but I think we've made a lot of strides.
All right.
Wish it was done a long time ago. Today we're delighted to be joined by...
Oh, hold up. That's important. Shit. Back up. Play.
Horrible.
That might be
We're
important.
delighted to be joined
All right,
by
guys,
America's
it's
top
time.
medical and public health professionals as we...
It's time. We're here to cure autism.
Oh, fuck.
Autism. Horrible, horrible crisis. I want to thank the man who brought this issue
right.
to the forefront of
I
American...
That's not on my agenda. I don't care about like that's not what I focus on. We're focused on a couple people. We're focused on making the internet a better place. I'm sorry, I just dropped. Where the hell did it go? It's like I dropped it and it just despawned. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about autism. I mean, I care, but that's not what I'm gonna be, that's not the highlight. That's not my focus. My focus is this guy right here. And I feel like everybody should be focused on this guy, right? Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their stuff. He talks about a lot of stuff. I am dead set on getting Hasan off of the internet. That is why I came back from streaming. It's why it's the main thing that drives me. And so, yeah, we will talk about him nonstop until he has nothing left, or until the government forces him to be silent. Here it is. Okay, here it is. This is the good stuff. This is the clip that I wanted to show you right here.
The side who greeted his assassination.
Shared on all these mainstream news outlets as well, and Hasan is creaming himself at potentially being mentioned here.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his assassination.
I wouldn't call it creaming
Sick
himself.
approval,
What?
excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it.
He's coming
Some
after
of the very same
influencers.
people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings.
He's done. He's
Last
fucking
week
done.
we're implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people.
God.
But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech.
I love Donald Trump, Mr. President.
That's
I love you so
not happening
much.
anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind.
This is the part that I actually
Kind
thought
that we
was
saw
funny.
in
It's
Utah,
the only
of all
time I've
places,
actually
are
been
the
entertained by
eventual
Hasan.
consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some are.
I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good.
Violence is
We might be
justified.
Wait, is that actually a Trump hat? So Hasan owns a Trump hat.
Oh God, that's good. That's fantastic. And it was within like It was within like 5 seconds of walking distance too. Oh yeah. That's good stuff. I gotta get a copy of this. Let me turn
I think we're good.
Violence.
Can we? There we go. Can I make this higher resolution? Let's find out. Or is it already? Okay, it's not. Shame on me. That does not help. That's okay. Shift. That is mine. There we go. Yes.
If speech is violence, then some are
I think we're good. I
bound
think
to
we're good. I think we're
conclude that
good.
violence is
We might be
justified.
safe.
Wait, is that actually a...
Okay. This is actually a better one. I'm taking this. Yoink. And then I'll upscale it later. Save as JPEG. There you go. Boom.
Trump hat? So Hasan owns a Trump hat, huh?
I say
It
Kimmel
may-
was the worst part of the Man Show back in the day. You know what? I was talking about these late night talk show comedies with somebody from work a couple days ago. And you know what? It's a dead art. I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, it's a dead art at this point. The best one is Conan, in my opinion, at this point. But it's still a dead art. Like, I feel like, this is a type of comedy that was like catered towards our grandkids, and for whatever reason, there's just they just keep making them, right? It's like soap operas at this point. Like they're not good. None of them are good. Um and you just got like the best of the worst, basically is what it is. The best of the worst is Conan O'Brien, right? But I don't I don't think any of them are good. And I feel like they all lose money. They're all pretty bad. Um they're not entertaining. It's like it's that kind of like fake humor. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, where you make jokes that are just like dad jokes, but not even good dad jokes, and it's like a whole hour long segment of a guy telling dad jokes, or ad-libbing dad jokes, and it's just not. It doesn't. All of them are losing money. All of them are bad. And the only people who really watch them are like people in their 50s or 60s. And those people are, they're dropping, right? There's less of them every year. And the ones that replace them don't care about these people either. My generation, I'm in my late 30s. My generation never really liked it. Nobody who's younger than me likes him. Jimmy Kimmel, I didn't like him. I don't like him. I just honestly like all of those late night shows. I watched like parts of them, and I watched enough of them to realize that they're garbage. And that I should be basically, I watched enough of them when I was a kid to realize I should just be watching Cartoon Network, Toonami. That's what I figured. I was like, this will be a better use of my time. I'll even wait when Toonami does their repeat at 3 in the morning and watch the whole thing over again. You know, because Toonami or Adult Swim or whatever, when Adult Swim, actually, yeah, at a certain point, Adult Swim would go on repeat. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning. Much better content than the late night comedies. Yeah, the Man Show, that was... Which one was Jimmy Kimmel? They're all trash. Which one was Jimmy Kimmel? Is that the one that just got fired? I'm pretty sure that was the one that just got fired, right? Lifts the suspension. He's gonna come back, huh? Yeah, he is the one that's gonna come back. Yeah. The old Wake Up to Inuyasha ending theme song, right? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he is the one that just yeah. He's the one that got suspended indefinitely. And they're gonna bring him back. Apparently. He's returning on Tuesday. What's today? So tomorrow. He's coming back tomorrow. Let's see what it says. ABC late night host is returning to broadcast on Tuesday following a brief but monumental suspension that sparked national debate over the Trump administration's pressure tactics and the modern limits. This person's fucking writing is trash. I can't even read their sentences because they throw so many ands. It's a run-on. This whole thing is one sentence. I'm sorry. It's not me tripping over the words. It's really the words that are in the way. The ABC late night host is returning to broadcast on Tuesday following a brief but monumental suspension that sparked a national debate over the Trump administration's pressure tactics and the modern limits and consequences of free speech. So, the funny thing about getting suspended from your job, right, is that you don't actually have to, your job is not a democracy or a republic. Your job is private sector, and your job has to follow the laws of the United States of America, but they can create rules that are more restrictive than the laws of the United States of America, but at the very bare minimum, they have to follow the law. So when it comes to free speech, there is no such thing as freedom of speech in the private sector. When you are working for somebody, you follow their speech while you're working. That doesn't mean Sinclair and Nexstar are gonna air him. I don't know what this means. He's getting back on the air is what it says. Since ABC took taxpayer money. Isn't ABC owned by Disney? ABC parent, the Walt Disney. Yes, it is. Yeah. The more that I learn about Disney, the more that I hate them. And I used to work for them. Like, the more that I've found out about them, they do exactly the same thing that that Hasan does, but rather than focus on terrorism, they focus on DEI and wokeness. That's their that's where their tunnel vision is. You got Hasan, whose tunnel vision is dead set on terrorism, right? And then you've got Disney's tunnel vision, which is dead set on DEI and wokeness. And but they're basically both doing exactly the same thing, right? Like they pretend that they're I mean, Hasan doesn't pretend that he's non-political, but Disney pretends to be non-political when they're clearly political, right? But they pretend they say that politics has no place, and everybody is everybody has a place at Disney, or they try to represent all people from their in their media, when in reality what they do is that if you've got a group of people that only represents 0.5 of 1% of the population, they will make movies about you nonstop, right? And so they underrepresent the actual majority because they're trying to pity party the less than 1%ers, right? So this disingenuous virtue signaling is the exact same thing that what Hasan does. It's disingenuous virtue signaling. He pretends to be a communist. He has a $6 million house. He has 2 other properties that are over $1 million. He owns at least 1 Porsche. He has the most expensive breed of dog. He wears $1,000 outfits. He's not a communist. He's breaking all the rules of communism right there. It's disingenuous virtue signaling, because all he does is talk about how everybody should, that people should. The idea of communism is that everybody is exactly the same. But if everybody's exactly the same, then Hasan would not be able to have these top 10 percentile lifestyle things that he has. So it's disingenuous virtue signaling. He's talking about the hard done by groups. He's worried about it's radical leftist. Like, it's all the fringe people, right? Anybody who's like an outcast, anybody who's feels like they don't have a voice. I feel like trans people should have a smaller voice than people who, than groups that have more people than them. When you think about it, the majority rules in all aspects of this democracy. And if you are like a supreme minority, you're going to be upset about most of the things that, you're not going to get your way most of the time. It's like when people vote Green Party, right? We used to make fun of this in the 90s when who was the Green Party candidate during Bush's election? I forgot who it was. Green Party electorate or candidate. 2000. Nader. That's right, Nader. Yeah. People are like, vote Green Party, right? And everybody was like, that's just a waste of your vote. There's no reason to vote Green Party, right? You're just wasting your vote. I'm getting a little sidetracked here. We're talking about Hasan. We're talking about Charlie Kirk. It's very important that we as conservative people never lose focus on what the actual goal is here. The Commie Party, yeah. The focus of that, the thing that we need to be focused on is not slowing down. We need to maintain this momentum that we've built up. We need to maintain it. It's important to keep it going. We need to keep firing people for glorifying murder. We need to continue we need to keep doing this kind of thing where we We just need to continuously slam the left, force them to be accountable for their actions until they realize that accountability is a thing. Because this is one of the biggest problems with the left, is that they lack the idea of accountability. It's the rules for thee but not for me kind of thing. So my focus is on Hasan, but I encourage everybody to focus on forcing accountability on people until accountability becomes normal again. Because we have a serious lacking in accountability right now. And it's the reason why we have so many problems. People feel like they can just walk away from a conversation that they don't like. People feel like when they're being out argued, they can just start lying. People need to get called out on bullshit every single time. When people are on the internet and they start praising illegal activity, like burning down, like when LA, 6 months after Trump found a water source for LA, they did a No Kings protest and then burned their city down again, set their city on fire again. These people need to be accountable. They need to be held accountable. They need to be put on blast. There needs to be metaphorical public executions where we show this person, say, this is the retard. Everybody look at the retard and look what he did. I'm going to focus on this retard right here, because that's the whole reason I stream. This is this one person. It's the whole reason I make content. Let me grab another drink. I don't drink alcohol. I drink Monsters, which is probably worse for you, but I don't get drunk. So yeah, let's I don't know if did any of you guys actually watch the memorial yesterday? I saw it. I was watching it. It's pretty good. I was kind of upset with Trump. His talking, like, so what Hasan said about Trump, he's not wrong. About the when he said that Trump was really making it about him, he's not wrong, because I was thinking the same thing. Like, let's find Trump. Let's see if we can find it. Charlie Kirk Trump speech. Here we go. Is this the one? Did he talk for 40-something minutes? Let's find out. It might be too much.
And a special thank you to Erica, because today,
bits and pieces.
America's a nation.
So, I was pretty upset with Trump because I felt like he used this as a platform for his politics rather than as a, talking about Charlie Kirk. He got distracted by he got distracted by his own agenda quite a bit.
And grief
and I felt like it's the wrong place to do it. This is my opinion. He needs to be, he can do that stuff, but when he started talking about the election and about, the candidacy and all that stuff and all 7 swing states and China, and He started doing all that shit at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, and I felt like that was kind of the wrong place. Well, not kind. I felt like it was the wrong time.
In shock and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot. Charles James Kirk was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in his heart. He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God and country, for reason and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology.
Yep.
He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Because while Charlie has been reunited with his creator in heaven, his voice on earth will echo through the generations, and his name will...
I also gotta say, like, while we're watching this, like, after Charlie, I'd never actually watched his content. I knew about him, but I didn't know even that the whole, like, prove me wrong meme was him. I didn't even know that was him until I started watching his content after he died. And after I started watching his content after he died, he made me, like, I became more religious. I'll just say it. Like, he really made me think about what's, the things that are going on in this country, and the arguments that he made, like, for the pro-life, and the arguments that he made about the debates that he had were so strong that I became more religious. Where I see, like, I see religion as just it's like factual at this point, and I'm not going to be breathing my religion down anybody's neck, but the short version is that I don't see any I see Christianity as the only true religion at this point.
Live forever in the eternal chronicle of America's greatest patriots. He will live forever. To Charlie's incredible and beautiful widow, Erica, we know the weight of this monumental loss is almost unbearable. But even in the midst of heartache and pain too great to even fathom, you have somehow found the strength and deep faith to be a comfort to millions.
Let's see if we can find...
Wraps his loving arms around you, that your children grow up in a...
He gets sidetracked at some point.
To Charlie's parents, who than most people, even very, very successful people, can bring in a lifetime. I loved Charlie Kirk.
Look at all those people.
And he could always draw a big crowd. Look at this today. Look at what's gone on. This is a big crowd.
I think this is the part where
Here today we have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. We have the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. We have countless members of the United States Senate, and I'm sorry I'm not going to introduce you, but I'll be up here. They're all over the place. And likewise, the House of Representatives, they're all over this big stadium. This is not an arena, this is a stadium. Our great cabinet and this stadium packed with rafters of people, not to mention the one across the street that also has tens of thousands of people.
Wow.
And they're watching us on screen right now. And I'm sorry we couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please walk across the street. But this is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival. For millions of Americans, especially young people, it is agonizing and unthinkable to say goodbye to a patriot whose heart still had so much to give. It's so much. Raised in the suburbs of Chicago, Charlie was filled with a patriotic spirit from his youth, and he was an all-American in everything he did. And one of the last things he said to me is, "Please, sir, save Chicago." We're going to do that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime. In high school, he was the quarterback of the football team and the captain. He was an Eagle Scout, somebody that he greatly admired. Rush. But what was even more important to Charlie than politics and service was the choice he made in the 5th grade, which of his Savior, Jesus. Inspired by faith and his love of freedom, Charlie did something remarkable when he was just 18 years old. On the advice of a mentor who told him to put off going to college because he was doing so well, he devoted his life to converting young people to the conservative cause. How did he do? Take a look. How did he do? In 2012, two days after graduating high school, and with just $1,800 in his pocket, the young man from Illinois, who no one had ever heard of, started an organization whose grand ambitions were captured in its name, Turning Point USA. Great name. And I have a feeling it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Does that make sense? It's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Look at what's happening. 12 years ago, Charlie walked onto his first college campus, the very liberal University of Wisconsin at Madison. He set up a card table and put up a sign with 3 words: "Big government sucks." Could you believe that? That's Charlie. That day, Charlie talked to every student who approached him, most of whom were probably quite a bit older than he was. Finally, after many hours, he found the first ever Turning Point chapter leader. His first year out of high school, Charlie traveled 300 days raising money and taking his message to campuses all over the country. He lived out of his parents' basement, and they actually loved having him there. They loved Charlie. Everybody loved Charlie.
Oh, God.
And on the couches of friends and supporters, he lived off couches for 2 years, 3 years, then life started getting a little bit different, but he was always the same. For 5 years, he refused to take a paycheck, but day after day, he worked from 5 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, always. Right. His staff remembers that he wore Walmart jeans and T-shirts from the Goodwill store. Remember the Goodwill store? It wasn't easy, but Charlie wasn't in it for money at all, never has been. Money was never his thing. He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say even back then, we have a country to save.
Yeah.
Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it. Charlie volunteered for my 2016 campaign and traveled the nation with my son Don and Eric. I got to know him very well and saw immediately that Charlie was actually a master builder of people. It was Charlie who first started organizing young black conservatives hungry for support and leadership. It was Charlie who stood up for persecuted Christians and Jews on college campuses. It was Charlie who helped bring online censorship, free speech, and cancel culture to the fore of our political debate. He was right up there with me. It was Charlie who helped unite MAGA, and you know what M-A-H-A is? That's right, make America healthy again. And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcements, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing.
So yeah, he starts getting kind of sidetracked there. All right. Let's see, is this guy asleep?
I think we found it.
No. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, he gets kind of sidetracked and he just goes off on this tangent, and I was like, this is the wrong time, dude. You know? You should have been focused on just what Charlie, you know, it's a memorial. You should just focus on the memorial. You know? So I was a little annoyed by that, but the memorial itself was pretty good. And then he does talk somewhere in here, but we already saw the quote. I'm gonna just, where he's talking about left-wing streamers, basically left-wing content creators, and he's gonna go after them. And I want to hear when that's going to happen. Now, when is Dan Clancy? Excuse me. When is Dan Clancy supposed to go to Congress? I think it's like tomorrow. Oh, it's October 8th. I love how they just told us, like, the room number and all that shit. That's great. I don't care about the room number, but October 8th. And when is that? That is in 2 weeks from Wednesday. Okay. So three Wednesdays from now. You got the day after tomorrow, and then you've got 2 weeks later. That's when we'll be hearing about that. And here it is. There we go. This is the letter. Dear Mr. Clancy, the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform requests your testimony at a hearing on Wednesday, October 8th at 10 a.m. in room HVC 210 of the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. The hearing will examine radicalization of online forum users, including incidents of open incitement to commit violent, politically motivated acts. To confirm your appearance at the hearing, please contact the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform staff at this number right here. Very good. Please provide your written testimony at least 2 business days prior to the hearing. You will have the opportunity to provide a 5-minute opening statement prior to answering questions posed by members. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is the principal oversight committee of the United States House of Representatives and has broad authority to investigate any matter at any time under House Rule X. I'm assuming maybe House Rule 10. I don't know. Thank you in advance for your cooperation with this inquiry. So Hasan, he's going to have to defend Hasan like nonstop that day. And I'm just curious to see what happens to Hasan in response to this. All right. Now I went on Twitter the other day. All right? I want to show you guys this. What's this? Oh. Yeah, that's not my name anymore. Oh. Interesting. There we go. That's my name. But anyway, so I went on Twitch the other day, right? And I tried to look up Hasan. Oh, there he is. Okay, it didn't work. It didn't work the other day. Maybe it's just a mobile thing. Maybe not. But I went and I looked up Hasan. I'll show you the screenshot. Okay. So here's one. I am a little bit focused on Destiny. If you guys aren't following me on X, I am on X. It's literally my name's the Chuds Are Us on X. Asmongold's dad died. Rest in peace, Asmondad. I don't really want to talk about that because it just seems like bad faith to talk about. I don't feel comfortable talking about it. All right, so here we go. Here it is. Twitch has done a thing. Hasan Abi has been delisted. He hasn't been banned. I'm not banned from his channel. I did a thing where I looked up Hasan. I went under channels, typed in his name, and he did not pop up at all. This was at 3:42 in the morning. Right? He just did not pop up anywhere. And I scrolled and I scrolled and I scrolled and I was like, this is weird. Why? He should at least pop up as like, you know, he should be the first one right here, you know? So then I got really confused, right? I was like, did I get banned from Hasan's chat? Like, how does this guy even know who I am? Right? So then I figured, all right, let me click on one of these waiting rooms, right? So I went over here and I clicked on a waiting room. I went over to one of the waiting rooms and then I scrolled down to suggested channel and I clicked on Hasan and pulled him up. Right? Pulled him up. So at least temporarily, Hasan was delisted for who knows why. But in my opinion, I believe that Twitch has been doctoring Hasan's content. Or at least screening it to make sure that it's not, you know, that Dan Clancy doesn't get into any trouble. Yeah, rest in peace, Asmondad. I used to love when Asmongold's dad would come onto the show. Like he would just call him in the middle of the stream. It was really funny. Cause he would watch Asmongold's stream all the time, right? The whole way through. And Asmongold would just randomly get a phone call in the middle of his stream, and for whatever reason, he'd pick up the phone, and it'd be his dad, and his dad would just feel like he's got to add his 2 cents in when Asmon said something, and he'd go off on this tangent, and it would wind up being like a 25-minute phone call in response that wound up getting completely derailed and totally off topic. And it was just so amusing to listen to this guy ramble about something that had nothing to do with what after 5 minutes had nothing to do with what the conversation was about. And Asmongold just sitting there like, yeah, like, just get off my phone. Like, he doesn't want to say get off my phone, but he's just like, yeah, just like, just taught, like, this guy wouldn't shut up. And at a certain point, there was so many times where Asmongold would just be like, Dad, I gotta get back to my stream now, okay? And it was, he'll definitely be missed, man. He's a great guy. Great dude. But yeah. So yes, it's important now more than ever. Charlie Kirk might be something that we don't think about as much now. Now he might be covered. He might stop being covered by the media. But it is important for us to keep on this momentum, like he'd just been killed. We need to keep on pushing for accountability, and we need to make accountability the norm. People need to realize that you can say whatever you want to say, but actions have consequences, and you might lose your job because your job might not like what you say. Freedom of speech does not apply in the private sector. If you call somebody the N-word at work, you're going to get fired. This is not about free speech. This is about speech that kills people. Or not. Let me rephrase that. It's about somebody not liking speech and then killing somebody. This is about people who are public figures like Jimmy Kimmel, who openly lie, and then the companies behind them, who also do nothing but lie and spread the same lie. And I'm wondering, you got the people on The View. The View is owned by Disney, correct? I'm pretty sure. I'm like 100% sure, but I just want to pull it up because I like to pull up that stuff just to be 100% and to show people that I'm correct. So, The View is owned by Disney. I know it is, but I just want to show it, right? It's owned by ABC. There we go. ABC is owned by Disney. So yes, it is. The answer is yes. ABC lies and spreads misinformation about Disney, or about conservatives pretty much every day. that is basically The View is a bunch of 60-year-old women who are too old for acting, and they all work for Disney because they get free park tickets, and you know, they love the movies and all that stuff. But Disney, I guarantee you, Disney tells them what lies to say. I guarantee you Disney will tell, because if they all tell the same lies, where is it coming from? Right? Disney or Jimmy Kimmel saying that this guy was right wing because the only thing that possibly could have been right wing was the bullet casing that said, if you can read this, you're gay. But he was gay. So that's kind of interesting, right? That he would even write that. So that's the only thing that he was right wing. Oh, that, and that is his parents were also right wing. But clearly he did not align with his parents on political issues. He stole his grandfather's gun, basically the family gun, right? Because I believe his grandfather had died, and this gun was like an heirloom, you could say, like you know, one of the things that they kept of their grandfather after he passed away, and it meant a lot to his father, so much so that when it went missing, his father kept asking his son, I forget the name of the guy that killed Charlie Kirk, but you know, he asked his son, like, repetitively, like, where's the gun, where's the gun, where's the gun, you know? So this gun was a family heirloom. So the father turned in his son. He told the police. His neighbor was a deputy, right? And he went over to his deputy and he told the deputy that this guy, that my son is the guy who killed Charlie Kirk. And yeah. But Disney is spreading lie after lie after lie about conservative people. They like to generalize about conservative people. They think that we're all MAGA, right? They think that we'll never criticize Trump, when I just did like a half hour ago. And I'll always, like, I'll call out bullshit no matter where I hear it. That's the thing that conservatives do. No matter where I hear the bullshit, I'll call it out. Right? A liberal will reinforce the bullshit if it works for them, if it benefits them in some kind of way. I had a girl at work tell me that women don't need men to make a baby. Right? She said the words, she started off by saying that, you know, women don't need a man. Yeah, women don't, women make the baby, right? And I say, not without, I responded, not without help, they don't. And then she tried to tell me that there was this new science that came out where a woman's egg can be fertilized without without any sperm from anywhere, from no source, that it could just, become fertilized by science. And then I was like, that's bullshit. And she turned to some other female and she's like, ain't that right? And it said her friend's name, and then her friend's like, oh yeah, that's how it, yeah, they just came out with that. Right? Liberals will do that. Liberals will lie if it works for them. Conservatives call out bullshit no matter where it comes from. This guy's son is the one that killed Charlie Kirk, and he turned him into the police himself. That's what conservatives do. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. And we'll keep going after I come back. Okay. All right, we're back. All right, we're gonna play one more clip of the of President Trump's speech at the memorial yesterday. Let's find it. There we go. Should be a short, right? There we go. Let's watch this one. That is so based.
But through it all, the core of Charlie's message and his basic method never changed. It never really changed. He stayed the same person also. At every campus event, Charlie asked the people who disagreed with him to come forward, and instead of silencing them, he handed them a microphone and let them speak. And he'd convinced so many of them. It was a pretty amazing thing to watch, actually. Shortly before Charlie arrived on campus, the day he was assassinated, a staff member texted him that there were many critics and students who were opposed to his views, and rather strenuously in the crowd. And that actually made him feel good, because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right. And he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way.
Yeah.
Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, "I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country." In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent.
So based. So based. But let's watch this thing right here. He's talking about.
You guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But
Let me see
I've
what's
seen
going on.
how great vaccines.
Let's watch this.
Percent instead of it. For some reason.
Come on, you. There we go.
And he and I, who brought this issue, historic steps to confront the crisis of autism. Horrible, horrible crisis. I want to thank the man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from. And he and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think. And I say we think because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew. Thanks as well to the director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Acting Assistant Secretary of HHS, Dr. Dorothy Fink. So thank you all. Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that. It used to be 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000, and I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now it's 1 in 31, but in some areas it's much worse than that, if you can believe it. 1 in 31. And I gave numbers yesterday. For boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California, where they have for some reason, a more severe problem. But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31,
If you just saw, I just saw Dr. Oz.
it's 1 in 12.
Watching
I was told that's in
Dr. Oz's
California, where
head
they
nod
have
right there.
for some reason, a more severe problem. But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31, can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And now we're at the level of 1 in...
Now, my understanding of it was that we had just always misdiagnosed or underdiagnosed, and that technology allowed us to understand the disorder much better so that we can discover it. That was my understanding of what was going on. But let's listen to what the president says.
12 in some cases for boys. 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this complex situation. And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them, this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000, and then you go to 12, you know there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism. That have no autism. Does that tell you something? That's currently, is that a correct statement, by the way?
There are some studies that suggest that, yeah, with the Amish, for example.
The Amish, yeah, virtually. I heard none. See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say. But you have certain groups. The Amish, as an example, they have essentially no autism.
They're
First,
also inbred,
effective
though.
immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol, during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire. And you shouldn't give the child the Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to that child. All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all. But if you can't tough it out, if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it. The other thing that I can tell you that I'll say that they will maybe say at a little bit later date, but I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period. Take it over 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses and you spread it out over a period of years. And they pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess, 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff, you'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine.
Right.
The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel, the mumps, measles, and all the 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B.
Unless they're born from somebody with hepatitis.
It's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better, and in some cases maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a tough situation. Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. When the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to take one because there's no alternative to that. Sadly, first question, what can you take instead? It's actually, there's not an alternative to that. And as you know, other of the medicines are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils and others, right? And they've been proven bad. So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words, and then Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, followed by 2 incredible mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol,
And they
I mean,
don't
there's
have
a
this
rumor,
problem.
and I
That's
don't
true.
know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism. Okay, tell me about that one. And there are other parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot. And I want to say it right now. And you know the way I look at it, don't take it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on the subject for a long time. You know, life is common sense, too. And there's a lot of common sense in this. And I wish things like this were brought up. And this group has worked so hard on it. But I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation, because there's no harm in going quicker. There's absolutely no harm. At worst, there's no harm. Thank you very much. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. To meet the President's challenge, I ordered HHS to launch an unprecedented all-agency effort to identify all causes of autism, including toxic and pharmaceutical exposures. At President Trump's urging, NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS are turning over every stone to identify the etiology of the autism epidemic and how patients and parents can prevent and reverse this alarming trend. We have broken down the traditional silos that have long separated these agencies, and we have fast-tracked research and guidance. Historically, NIH has focused almost solely on politically safe and entirely fruitless research about the genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH has been doing for 20 years. As a result, we don't have an answer to this critical question, despite the cataclysmic impact of the epidemic on our nation's children. We are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized science and corruption with evidence-based medicine. NIH research teams are currently testing multiple hypotheses with no area off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing two important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know.
I'm not going to
as they
lie,
make
he's
these
really
decisions.
hard to listen to.
First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies that suggest a potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis for ADHD and autism. Scientists have proposed biological mechanisms linking prenatal acetaminophen exposure to altered brain development. We have also evaluated the contrary studies that show no association. Today, the FDA will issue a physician's notice about the risk of acetaminophen during pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. HHS will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform families and protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment in the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration and only when treatment is required. Furthermore, thanks also to the politicization of science, the safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated. Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses.
This guy sounds like he's about to keel over any second. Oh my God. I'm trying to listen to this motherfucker. Oh my god.
FDA.
I have to exert so much effort on listening to what he's saying that I can't actually process it.
Drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin. I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. This announcement also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements of
What's wrong with this guy? Who is this guy?
the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on underlying cause of autism and the potential paths for prevention and reversal. Finally, autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial etiology. We are continuing to investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines. Some 40 to 70% of mothers who have children with autism believe that their child was injured by a vaccine. President Trump believes that we should be listening to these mothers instead of gaslighting and marginalizing them like prior administrations. Some of our friends like to say that we should believe all women. But some of these same people have been silencing and demonizing these mothers for 3 decades. Because research on the potential link between autism and vaccines has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we find. We are researching this issue to all 3 agencies. Jay will discuss one of our research initiatives at NIH. This model of unleashing unbiased, depoliticized, gold standard scientific research and academic freedom to deliver actionable information to prevent and reverse disease will be a model for the framework to deliver similar results for many other chronic conditions that plague Americans. Jay?
Thank you,
Thank
Secretary
God.
Kennedy. And thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud to announce today that the NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative to turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional $50 million to the cause of studying autism. Nearly 250 research teams from across the country applied.
Bro, he turned red during that speech. Look at this guy. He's bright red. That was hard. Oh my God, all those words.
Sent in their applications and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior. Given this wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches to the problem. The sharp rise in the prevalence of autism deserves an urgent response by the scientific community. As Bobby said, the NIH has invested a lot of money to study autism over the years, but the research has not produced the answers that families and parents of autistic children deserve, and autistic children themselves deserve. For too long, it's been taboo to ask some questions for fear the scientific work might reveal a politically incorrect answer. Because of this restricted focus in scientific investigations, the answers for families have been similarly restricted, often pointing families to behavioral therapies that don't work for every kid, or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over just a few decades, as the president said. In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do, I can say as a scientist myself, it's really tempting to delay, but but in face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. But we will not delay before telling American people about what we find, and we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases of autism. I'll leave the good news on these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Oz. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, who will tell you about these announcements of practical help for families with autism.
All right.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture. This administration is working together to ask big questions about why our nation's children are getting sick so fast. Strange. Too often, medicine is doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew.
Yeah.
But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we are not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch. Kids get frustrated, they get angry, they can be crying because they want to speak and they can't speak. It's hard to watch. And it may be entirely preventable.
Yeah.
For an epidemiologist, that child is an expanding statistic. But for a child, it can be brutal to have autism. Today, the FDA is taking action to update the label on acetaminophen and sending a letter to all U.S. doctors letting them know about the risks in pregnancy. We now have data we cannot ignore. There's a very large study, the Boston Birth Cohort, with researchers that have, from Johns Hopkins, my former institution, and Boston University, found quote-unquote consistent associations between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism. And the Nurses' Health Study with researchers from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard looking at 9,000 kids found that acetaminophen use in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental disorders. And 4 weeks ago, a Mount Sinai Harvard study reviewed all the existing literature and found the overwhelming body of evidence points to an association. Sure, you'll be able to find a study to the contrary. That's how science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, there is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen use and neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. We cannot wait any longer. And honestly, there's been this perfunctory, reactionary, mindless practice in medicine. I learned it in medical school and residency. Just treat all fevers, low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing? A study out of Hopkins actually showed that treating a fever can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding an infection. When my wife was
I don't know how to. He just sounded like like that. That last part of that sentence just made him look kind of stupid.
Can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding an infection.
Okay.
When my wife was pregnant and delivered our son a few months ago. They pushed her to take acetaminophen for a low-grade fever. She said no, and then they looked to me and I said, absolutely no. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the FDA is filing a Federal Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to an autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway. Again, we have a duty to let doctors and the public know. We are going to change the label to make it available. Hundreds of thousands.
That's interesting. What is this medication, he said?
Receptor on the brain. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the FDA is filing a Federal Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that...
Let's look it up. There it is. Yeah. It's great. We can just block that, can't we? Anyways. Kiss my ass. We don't need to watch it then. There we go. Leucovorin is used as an antidote to the harmful effects of methotrexate, cancer medication, that is given in high doses. It is used also to prevent or treat certain kinds of anemia. Leucovorin acts the same way in the body as folic acid, which may be low in these patients. Leucovorin is also used alongside fluorouracil, cancer medication, to treat cancer of the colon. Leucovorin is available only with a prescription. This product is available... Okay. So... breastfeeding. There are no adequate studies in women for determining infant risk when weigh the potential benefits. Although certain type of medications should not be used together in other at all in other cases, two different medications may be used together even if an interaction might occur. In these cases, your doctor, when you take this medication, it is especially important for your healthcare professional to know if you are taking any of these medications following. Okay. Use of any of the following side effects. Other interactions: kidney disease, nausea, vomiting. Proper use, dosing, storage, side effects. Seizures. Wheezing, rash, hives, itching. That's normal. Okay. All right. Interesting.
That can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to a autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway. Again, we have a duty to let doctors and the public know. We're going to change the label to make it available. Hundreds of thousands of kids, in my opinion, will benefit. One study found that with kids with autism and chronic folate deficiency, 2/3 of kids with autism symptoms had improvement, and some marked improvement. Mr. President, you told us to do what's medically right, to go bold, and not worry about the corporations and the lobbyists, so that's what we're here doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion in the President's voice. We've been hearing that since the inauguration. In fact, even before the inauguration, the President was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made it his life's work to address some of these challenges with autism, they challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power if we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion and a very accelerated manner, we have a response today to the autism crisis. It is the first of several chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, and the President wouldn't have it any other way, as you've heard. The FDA, based on NIH research, is approving prescription leucovorin for treatment of autistic children. Now, if you're following the script, there should be two questions that you have, two questions that should come to your mind. The first is how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how. Over half of American children are covered by Medicaid and CHIP, government health insurance, over half. Therefore, because they're covered in Medicaid and CHIP, upon this label change by Marty, state Medicaid programs in partnership with CMS will cover prescription leucovorin around the country. It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication. States will also have tools to monitor its use and ensure appropriate utilization. That's important for a bunch of reasons because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective treatment, you need a physician to prescribe the medication.
And if it's not covered under insurance, it's probably like $250 a month. So it's not the end of the world.
Because it's on prescription. Second big question. How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the President's asking and the Secretary insists that we offer? CMS is also issuing guidance to convene states and existing research networks to support NIH and FDA in their research efforts of prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries. Collecting real-world data, which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community, is fast. It is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the President and by the Secretary, have already identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism. It is the first of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the President and the Secretary. The fivefold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response. The average clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The President is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the President and the Secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science. They restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. So let me introduce Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator, and after Dr. Fink, we've got some wonderful women, Jackie and Amanda. I know it's going to be tough, but if you can make some comments about this historic day. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. As a pediatrician and mom, I'm here today to talk about what this announcement means for the millions of moms and dads who are faced with the choice of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy. It's hard to hear information that challenges the status quo. We are sharing this information not to confuse, but to empower parents to make the best choices when taking medications during pregnancy. We are all concerned about the rising rates of neurodevelopmental disorders, including autism. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are dedicated to radical transparency so that patients have the best, most up-to-date information. We are also sharing this information with our nation's doctors, and we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you. All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby. As you heard today, pregnant women who need high fever or pain reduction during pregnancy should take the lowest effective dose of acetaminophen for the shortest possible duration. Most women will not meet these indications during their pregnancies. I am encouraged by these developments today because it is another example of our commitment to the American people to leave no stone unturned in improving the health of our nation's children. Next, I'm going to turn it over to some incredible mothers who are going to share more about their stories, and we're so grateful to have you here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and team, for all your work. This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is profoundly autistic, and you've probably heard if you've met one autistic child, you've met one autistic child. It's a spectrum, which I don't think the spectrum is helpful, but that's another conversation. He is an amazing little boy, a blessing from God. He's marvelous. He can count
Profoundly
2,000. He knows
autistic.
all of his letters and the sounds they make and a word for each one. But he also has a lot of obstacles. He is nonverbal. He can say those numbers and letters, but there's no communication. Unless you've lived with profound autism, you have no idea. You have no idea. He, like you said, he will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just doesn't understand what I'm saying. He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. That's the discipline. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism, so you have these behaviors. And it's a very hopeless feeling. It's very isolating being a parent with a profound autistic child. Even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, 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 and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just helpless and you're just trying to protect your kid. So it's just better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard. This is amazing that we're here today. And no one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it. And you can't point to that and say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I am completely open. I'm not blaming anything, but I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done to find answers. I'm very grateful. I was already excited to vote for Mr. Trump anyway, Mr. President. But when we got word of RFK doing his work, I was
I want to
ecstatic.
know if
I
she
could
took
not wait
Tylenol.
for this work to be done, that somebody would try to find us some answers. I'm just very grateful. I pray for my son every day and hope that he can get
We've
the
all
help that
heard
he
this
needs.
story before. I want to know if you told. Did you take out? Did you take
you very much.
Tylenol? Yes or no? And
Hi, my name's Jackie. I'm also extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here and share my son's story. My son is Eddie. He's 11. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum from what Amanda just explained. He's considered high functioning. He was not always high functioning. He was nonverbal till the age 4. We've had quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful.
That's pretty interesting.
To President Trump and the entire administration for
I wonder what
finally
she did.
listening to moms who have been crying out for help, for answers for years. I've met so many other moms with children on the spectrum in the 9 years since my son's diagnosis, and they all have very similar stories, and they've all just wanted somebody to listen, to not ridicule them or look at them like they were the crazy people. It's hard when you don't have doctors that take the time to really listen and find out when the change happened and what change happened. And it's just, I've been praying for this day for 9 years, and I'm so thankful to God for bringing the administration into our lives. And I'm speechless. This day is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things that no prior administration had. So I'm just here to express my gratitude, and I am looking forward to what comes from this, and hopefully we just get more answers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference. So it's essentially Tylenol. And I just recommend strongly that you don't use Tylenol unless it's absolutely necessary. I understand it's maybe 10% of the women that are pregnant are, would perhaps be forced to use it. And that would mean you just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group, because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say, I want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. If you just can't, it's just fight like hell not to take it. There may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself. So don't take Tylenol. Other things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway, is
just make it a prescription medicine.
And it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest pile of stuff you've ever seen in your life going into the delicate little body of a baby. Even if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you just break it up into, I would say 5, but let's say 4 visits to the doctor instead of 1. And certain things I think you should do. We've already taken out and are in the process of taking out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury is. You know what aluminum is. Who the hell wants that pumped into a body? And there were rumors about both of them for a long time. But
they were in the COVID
we're having
vaccine
them taken
too.
out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines. Hepatitis B, again, that's sexually transmitted. And we think you should wait. I think you should wait till 12. I'm making these statements from me. I'm not making them from these doctors, because when they talk about, different results, different studies, I talk about a lot of common sense, and they have that too. They have that too, a lot. But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12. Sexually transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old. And there are a lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. Doesn't seem to be a problem at all. The MMR and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular shot, but the MMR is not. And I've heard for years that there's a problem with it. But they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together. So an MMR, go out and do it separately. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Now, Tylenol is fine for people that aren't pregnant that aren't in the situation that we're talking about. One very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all, unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't do it. Break up your visits to the doctors. Break them up. Do it in 5 if you can. Now, it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Oh, you got to have to go back another year later. You got to go back each year for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years. Just break it up.
Yeah.
Break it up.
Life's all about
because
choices.
it's too much liquid. Too many different things are going into that baby at too big a number. The size of this thing, when you look at it,
80 shots
it's
in
like
one go.
80 different vaccines and beyond vaccines. And
I didn't even
80.
know that. That's wild.
Then you give that to a little kid. I mean, I can tell you that I had a woman who worked for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower, and she had the most perfect child. Beautiful. Just perfect. And I remember this little blonde-haired boy running around the lobby of Trump Tower so...
They're gonna take this out of context so bad. This blonde-haired child was perfect. Oh no.
healthy and so vibrant.
Oh, God.
And I said, that's great. One day I came in and she was crying, her eyes out behind the counter. She was she worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never...
And babies have blue eyes,
As much as I've ever seen anyone distraught,
God.
she was. I said, are you okay? What happened? My boy, I've lost my boy. What does that mean, your boy? My boy, you know him, sir. You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. You know, it goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. You know, we hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very high.
Yeah.
And it's fried. They get fried. She said, I took him, he developed an unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And then I saw the boy. It was so tragic to see. That was the following day. That was the following day after the vaccine. And I've seen it 2 other times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other times, where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot. The kid is, badly hurt. Let's be nice, badly hurt. And just do it. Break it up into 5, break it up into 4, break it up into 3 if you have to, but go to the doctor 4 times instead of once, or 5 times instead of once. And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body, and maybe that's the drug companies that make more money that way. Maybe it's the doctors because they don't want to be, doing this so much. Maybe it's the doctors. They get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is? Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life with a lot of other things, you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give them a couple of Tylenol. They give them a shot. They give them a vaccine. And every time they give them a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And it doesn't hurt not to do it. It doesn't hurt. There's no downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem. But for years, we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination. And I'm very happy that you broke out chickenpox, because that was really a problem.
Yeah.
And there are other things. It's interesting because there are other things, other We were talking about other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some reason, with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe. But don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And don't give it to the baby after the baby is born. And you know, we have more than 3 years left. And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this, I told them that this is the number one thing I want to do from you. And you know, we have something else called Favored Nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500, 1,200. We're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called Favored Nations. We're going to be paying what right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, and we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud in my first term that for the final year, drug prices went down.
All right, so I got the gist of what he said. Just don't take it, right? Very good. Is it still live? Still live. Interesting. Okay. I saw a couple other videos that I really want to get into, so we're not going to watch this the entire way through. This is just, it sounds kind of repetitive. So we're gonna keep on moving. History. There we go. Let's see. No. Actually, no. It's under notifications. Saw a couple of them. So we're gonna go out. We're gonna talk about. So Tactical Templar released a video talking about Charlie Kirk's memorial and Hasan's reaction to it. We're gonna watch that.
Brothers, I did a live reaction on stream to the Charlie Kirk memorial. And it was hard to watch.
Can I upscale this?
It was just incredibly emotional. Tears in my eyes at certain moments.
Why
Erica
is it
Trump's
at
speech was just unbelievable.
I gotta say, Tactical,
And
you gotta release these at
there was also
1080.
somebody else who reacted to it. And that person
was me.
Is somebody that you know all too well.
Me.
Hasan Piker.
Oh.
And his reaction to this may go down as one of the most diabolical and disgusting and inhuman reactions that I've ever seen. And honestly, this needs to be addressed. It needs to be talked about.
Bro, he was shoving food in his mouth. Like, he was trying to see how much food he could fit in it. It was kind of gross. It was actually really gross.
Watch, you know,
bro,
the part where he reacts to this. But the whole thing is just atrocious. And I covered it in my live stream, and my audience got to see it in real time.
Yeah.
The fact that this guy was just disrespectful,
just fucking
was
shoving
insulting
food in
Charlie
his
Kirk
food.
the whole time, called him a racist.
Yeah.
You know, going on and on about what a terrible person Charlie Kirk was. Oh, he's an oppressor. He didn't believe in civil rights. Like, just going on and on about the misinformation. No emotion whatsoever. No empathy, no compassion, nothing. Not an ounce, not a scintilla of humanity in this person. And I decided to do this video because, you know what? I'm sick and tired of these people on the
Because
left
fuck Hasan. That's
pretending that
why.
they're the party of compassion. They're the party of empathy. They're
That's
not.
right. Because fuck them.
This guy reacted as inhumanly coldly as anyone that I've ever seen. And throughout Erica Trump's speech, it was just sort of dismissal, and he's eating, and you know, just gross. And as we go to Trump's speech, like, as you can imagine, during Trump's speech, there's a moment where there's a moment where Hasan actually gets visibly freaked out.
Oh, yeah. This is good.
And the moment he gets visibly freaked out,
yeah, he runs for the hills.
Is because Trump says in no uncertain terms
that he's going after Hasan.
They're not playing games anymore with the left. They're not.
No. That's not what he said. He said they're going after content creators on the left. He said they're going after them, especially ones, and he referenced things that Hasan specifically had done when he said that when they talk about Jimmy Kimmel earlier this week, he was talking specifically about Hasan and other people as well, but 100% Hasan was on that list.
Be playing these games with people like he didn't say.
I'll back up so we can get back to context.
That they're not playing games anymore with the left.
Right.
They're not going to be playing these games with people like he didn't say Hasan's name, but Hasan knew it was basically about him.
100% about him. Oh yeah.
And there's a moment that I want to play for you. And this is one clip of many. But in this clip,
I want to see the food of him shoveling shit in his mouth. That's the one I want to see. I want to see that clip. That's fucking gross.
If you think about it.
Pig.
But they were really nasty, and he would go into these colleges. All of a sudden, within 2 years, 3 years, they turned into bastions of conservatism. It was really quite amazing to see. They lied about him because they did not want you to listen to him or to learn from him.
They lied about him because they could not debate him.
Because what he was talking about and even preaching made so much sense. Everywhere he went, he won the debates, he won the hearts, he won the minds, and yes, he won the elections for people. He helped us, he helped other people. We won the biggest election in the history of our country, I believe.
That's a long
Charlie
clip,
Kirk
dude.
Was without a doubt among the most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country.
We're good. I think we're good.
I couldn't believe it.
He's coming out.
There it is.
But they were. He helped other people.
Back up.
We won the biggest election in the history of our.
There.
I'm gonna keep pointing to that.
Okay. Yeah.
Is so
that's perfect.
He helped other
No.
people.
Dumbass.
We won the biggest election
Bro.
in the history of our country, I believe.
We'll get there.
Charlie Kirk was without a doubt among the most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country. The election of, that beautiful day, November 5th, 2024.
I think the juxtaposition between Erica Kirk's speech and Donald Trump's is pretty fucking significant. I'm going to keep pointing to that because Trump is so clearly all invested in himself. Even Erica was like, still saying like I'm going to continue Charlie's mission, things of that nature. Donald Trump can't even say that. He just keeps talking about himself. He just keeps talking about his enemies. And then he just will add on Charlie loved it when I did this stuff over and over again.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his assassination.
Watch. This is the part.
Yo, look. That's the favorite part right here. He lifts his head up and he's like side eyes and his eyes got big. Watch. Look at his eyebrows. See, his eyes are slightly closed.
Like I'm going to continue Charlie's mission, things of that
His
nature.
eyebrows are
Donald Trump
down.
Can't even say that. He just keeps talking about
Right.
himself. He just keeps talking about his enemies.
Watch this.
And then he just will add on Charlie loved it when I
Yep,
did this stuff.
there it is.
Over and
Okay.
over again.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his
Eyebrows are going up.
assassination.
Watch.
His eyebrows are going up.
To get to. I think this is important. Watch Hasan's
He's
reaction.
processing.
Sick approval.
He's processing it.
Excuses or even jubilation. You've heard that. So
There it is. There it is. Whoopsie. Got him.
I couldn't believe it.
He's coming
Some of the very same people who spent
No, he's
the
going
last
after
8
you, dude.
years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder.
Look at that.
Incredible. You know the names.
You know the names.
Major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time.
Got him.
Some of the very people
Got
who
him.
call you a hater for using the
Got
wrong
him.
pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late
Which he people were ranking on him for doing that.
night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week we're implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people.
God.
But there's one part of our political community which
Gonzo.
believes they have a monopoly
He's
on truth, goodness, and
Gonzo.
virtue, and concludes they have also
Sucks to suck, bro.
I love Donald Trump, Mr. President. I love you so much.
Anymore. We've turned that corner very
Hasan's
quickly.
running away.
Tragically, atrocities of this kind and kind that we saw in Utah.
His book. That's it.
Are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some are
We're good.
bound
I think
to
we're good. I think we're
conclude
good.
that violence is
We might be safe,
justified to
boys. We
stop
might be
speech.
safe.
And we're not going to let
They're
that
coming
be
for you, brother.
justified. The tradition of
They're not
reason and
brother.
open
They're
debate.
going after him,
I don't know who
dude.
he's talking
They're
about,
going
but it
after
certainly
him.
was not me. I was not.
Of our democracy, in many ways, it's the basis of our entire society.
Yeah.
So in that moment, Hasan says, "Oh, guys, I'm Christian now. I'm
No,
MAGA
he's a
now."
he's like, we're all
And he does this
conservatives,
little
right,
skit about,
boys?
well, maybe they won't come after me now. It's just,
Oh, he did say Christian too. Yeah,
Hasan
yeah.
being
He's
Hasan,
right.
and that was probably one of the most ridiculous stunts. But he knew, the moment that Trump said that, he knew he was talking about him.
Yes.
And people like him.
100%.
And I just think that people like Hasan should be worried.
Oh, yes.
They should be worried because they have spread hateful rhetoric, the likes of which we have not seen before. Like, you think about it. Do you think that Ben Shapiro or, I don't know.
Oh my God. My guys like over top of him. Hold on. Yeah.
Or any of these people, do you think that they would say anything like this?
There we go. There we
Left
go.
wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their fucking...
I can't win.
Letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the fuck is this shit, man?
There we go.
Slice them up. Slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this? You cannot have a bigger fucking layup. You could not have had a bigger fucking layup than a horrible candidate like Herschel Walker. Sure,
Yeah.
he was prepared very well. And Herschel Walker actually had a good...
thing we do need to make sure we do, we got to keep attracting younger viewers that, grow up on TikTok, when they're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, even though they shouldn't be.
3, it's like all here.
Huh.
Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like
fatally wounded.
They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy down? Oh shit. Well, okay. Well, we brought the
It's
white.
called shock, you fucking idiots. It's called shock. Anything that happens.
Yeah, they ducked in
holy
cover,
shit, guys.
dude.
If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know. Jesus fucking Christ.
Flags. We can put that
Who
over
is
the
that?
bleeding part.
Who
but
said
some of you got
that?
shot and it's actually right.
Flag.
Who said that? Is that Mike from PA? FBI Director Cash, Attorney General Pam Bondi. Pretty sure that was Mike from PA, right?
And then this guy.
Trash. They're calling for basically. I think Destiny lives in Florida, right? So he's trying to say kill Destiny. That's crazy.
Bellevue Drive, and I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. Like that's
That's the type of messages they were leaving in this dude's office, and he's resigning. Like, he's literally, this is his last term. So I think that people are a lot more radical.
It's hurt poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
That's ridiculous.
So basically, Hasan is one of the most evil, irredeemable, disgusting, subhuman animals on the internet currently. Like, his rhetoric is vile and violent and insane. And this guy, you know, reacts to this situation, this memorial, and like his response is just doesn't care about human life, doesn't care about
dude, show them the
anything.
shovel and the food,
The only
bro.
part that he liked was when Erica Trump said that she forgave the shooter. And the only reason that he likes that is because, well, he supports the shooter. So it's not like, oh, well, she's being a true Christian. She's being a true Christian. Hasan doesn't know anything about Christianity. He doesn't believe in it. He despises it. But the only part that he likes about it is when he can try to manipulate it.
Right.
To try to make it seem like, no, guys, you should really let us kill you. No, Hasan.
Right.
You should be in jail. You should be in prison for the rest of your miserable fucking life.
Yes.
You reacted to this memorial in one of the most disgraceful and pathetic ways I've ever seen. And more people need to hold you to account because you are somebody that has zero redeeming qualities. You are a person that acts in bad faith every day that you turn on the camera. You lie about people as easily as you breathe.
Yes.
You are a defamer. You are a doxer of people.
Right.
But you dox the wrong people. And
yes,
you do it while you threaten them. So
with a
innocent
gun.
People are the subject of your low IQ peanut brain inbred wrath.
Innocent people.
And it is shocking to me because, Hasan, you are one of the most inferior and impotent people I've ever seen. And you cannot deal with your own inferiority complexes because of your narcissism. And so you try to expel them on other people. Nearly everything that Hasan says is a
He has to
projection.
one-up
And by the
himself
way,
every single
let's
time.
also talk about his audience. Hasan's audience.
His audience is worse than he is because his audience has been listening to the most hot takes that he's ever made and actually agrees with all of his hot takes, even the ones that he says jokingly or sarcastically. His audience is worse. But he made them that way.
I paused at a certain point during this, and
Yeah.
I actually just stopped and read some of the comments, and
I did
they were
that
talking
too.
about, Candace Owen needs to die too, and
Right. Yeah, they
basically
said
wanting
that.
to have sex with Charlie Kirk's wife. There was a lot of that, a
some
lot
bullshit,
of just vulgar, disgusting, subhuman, heartless.
She'll
just
probably never have sex again
vulgar-
because that's her husband and she'll never marry again. And she doesn't believe in promiscuous sex, so she'll probably just never have sex again. But that's irrelevant. It's like, yeah, like I shouldn't even be feeding into or I shouldn't even be engaging in stupid conversation. It's bait.
Theories
It's not just
abound.
bait.
Because those people aren't human. Those
Yeah.
people are demons. Talking about how hot she was when she was crying. Like, you would not believe some of the comments
Yeah, I
in
saw
Hasan's
those.
chat. It was genuinely disgusting. It made me sick.
It was bad.
And
that wasn't even the stuff that they said about him in the chat. There was still a lot of people glorifying his death in the chat.
This is the audience that this guy has cultivated. This is the audience this guy has fostered. And so I'm just going to make a video on it.
Yeah.
Because that's what I do.
Bro, you
I
didn't
call
even
things
scratch
out.
the
I talk about it
surface.
even when nobody else does.
Dude.
And nobody deserves to be called that more than Hasan. Nobody. And so God bless Charlie Kirk and his family.
God bless.
Hasan, may you burn in hell.
Yes.
But first, may you rot in a jail cell for
Yes.
the rest of your miserable
Yes.
life for the damage that you've done to innocent people.
100%.
Anyway, that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Fuck them. Which one is this? Did I just replay it? Yeah, I did. Okay. I gotta show you guys the fucking cow munching on his food. Bro, this is so fucking gross. I like the reshade here. That's really good. But Templar tactical, dude. You could have gone harder on him. You didn't even I gotta finish. I gotta finish this, dude. I gotta show this shit, man. Fucking Hasan. Fucking eating. During what's the right word for it? Let's just do Charlie Kirk. Kirk Memorial. I got fat fingers, my bad. Where's this fucking munching on his food? Guy is fucking he's got like a whole hand. Like if you make your hand into a fist, he shoves that much food in his mouth like the entire time. Just fucking chowing down like a fucking pig. Right here. Look at this fucking guy.
And someone once asked me how Charlie and I kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. And our little secret.
He cuts the food
His
shoveling.
love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday.
This is kind of sad. That brief moment is the only time.
Look, he's trying to push the food.
Where they talk about Charlie Kirk as a human being, like a real personal experience with
Be
Charlie
strong
Kirk. That's
and
the
courageous
first
for your
time,
family.
bro.
Hold up. Let's find him shoveling the food in. Here we go.
This stadium packed.
There we go. Here we go.
For your families.
This is not an arena. This
There
is
he
a
goes.
stadium.
Nom,
This
nom,
stadium
nom,
packed
nom.
with rafters of
Look,
people. Not
they supercut the fuck out of it too. Every time he puts more food in, like every time he puts the fork to his mouth, there's a cut.
to mention the
Watch.
one across the street
Yep,
that
there's
also
another one.
has
Yep.
tens of thousands
Nom, nom,
of
nom.
people. And I'm
Nom,
sorry
nom,
we
nom.
couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your
Fat
seat, please walk across the street.
What is going on?
An old
I don't care about that.
It took him 2 minutes to just start rambling about crowd sizes. Oh my God.
And one of the last he said to
Yeah,
me
yeah,
is,
there he goes.
please, sir,
There he
save
goes.
Chicago. We're going to do
Yes.
that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime.
Oh my God, in honor of Charlie Kirk, it's like we're invading Chicago with the military. There it is. Time to tie it back
He
with
was
policies.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I
There he
disagreed
goes.
with Charlie.
Keep eating,
I
buddy.
hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica.
Oh my God.
Disgusting pig. Even on his clip, and his was probably, he made it look better than it actually was. He really did. He made it look so much better. He clipped every single time that fork went into his face. Tactical, you made Hasan look better than he actually looked. Like, not ranking on you, bro. But my God, you went soft on him. Fuck him. Where is it? I want to see the food shoveling. Where's the food shoveling? Maybe, can I look under shorts? Is there a shorts? It's the food shoveling.
You son of a bitch.
Alright. It was disgusting. It was so gross. The amount of food he shoveled in his face in one fork was like a whole hand's worth of food. It was so much that he had to push it to the side in order to speak. You know, Muslims think that pigs are haram. But Hasan, you are a fucking pig. Jesus Christ. If I was an imam, I would kick Hasan out of the Muslim faith because he is a pig and pigs are haram. Nasty ass. I want to see what this is. I saw one that said eating disorder. What is that? What is this? The feds want them. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Oh, we saw this.
Imagine this whole thing is like a massive grift, and he's actually like a really hardcore right winger. That would be the.
Actually, there was one from Nuxanor that I wanted to watch right here.
So Hasan Piker, who's currently going to be getting dragged into Congress, and with Twitch on October 8th probably, and he will probably be getting banned, and it'll be exciting for everybody.
Hold on.
Hopefully he'll end up in prison for...
Jesus Christ. Pause. Thank you. Nobody said he was going to, with Dan Clancy, to Congress. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Nobody said that. Here. You know what? Give me a second. I just wanted to put some... Speaking of food, I was gonna make some food for myself real quick. We're gonna play, I'll play you guys a video while I, oh, where is it? Right. Is it this one? Satire Israel? Yes. Oh, that's my thumbnail. Damn it. This one? That's bold. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, we're back. Okay. Turn this off. Turn that off. Yes, yes. Let's make sure my stream is still up on YouTube, because I saw my buddy's stream got taken down. Am I still up? I believe I am. Yes, I am. All right, good. All right, we're good. So yeah, that was actually before I had finished it completely. But let me just for gig, just for shits, I want to make sure. Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool. And then we'll go into... Yeah, so let's watch Nux, see what he's got to say.
Inciting violence. He is inciting... So Hasan Piker, who's currently going to be getting dragged into Congress, and with Twitch on October 8th probably, and he will probably be getting banned, and it'll be exciting for everybody.
I hope
Hopefully
so.
he'll end up in prison for, inciting violence.
Right.
He is inciting more violence. He
Yes.
actually has been very excitedly calling out me.
Me!
He's been beefing with your boy. He's been trying to cancel me. It's very fun.
Oh,
I actually
boy.
fully support every attempt he has to cancel me.
Yes.
And every time he tries to threaten my life. Let's address...
I encourage... I enjoy... Let me not encourage it. I enjoy every time Hasan shoots himself in the foot. Metaphorically. I love it. Every time he commits a crime on stream, he puts himself into a smaller and smaller dead end.
The elephant.
It's fantastic.
Because this is the elephant that we need to be dealing with right now. So I made a tweet. Yes, it was rage bait. I knew it was rage bait. I knew it would get some people upset.
Let's read the tweet. Hi, Jew here. Okay. I uniquely get shit from the far right and the far left, and I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-hailing, anti-Semitic, Jews control the universe, Nick Fuentes, Groper. Wow. Yeah, this is some bait, bro. Dude, this is some bait. Oh my god. Named Kill Blank Jews Groiper 42069 over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrate.
I'll be honest, I didn't think it would rage bait this well and this successfully.
Yeah, this is some rage bait, bro.
I'm very excited to make this video, to be honest.
Yeah,
This is a video purely incited by me, and I am very excited to dive on top of this. So I made a tweet. As you can see, this tweet got 10 million views. That is aside from screenshots of this tweet going viral. This went super mega viral, like very incredibly super viral. I made a tweet saying, "Hi, Jew here. I uniquely get shit from the far right and the far left, and I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-heiling, anti-Semitic, Jews control the universe, Nick Fuentes Groiper, named Kill Rape Jews Groiper for 2069, over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's how bad it is." All right, so this is obviously a very tongue-in-cheek tweet. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just out here rage baiting for the love of the game. But I want to translate this tweet into the most basic
hear that again. Good
this
Lord.
college student that goes to... Hi, Jew here. I uniquely get shit from the far right and the far left, and I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-heiling, anti-Semitic, Jews control the universe, Nick Fuentes Groiper, named Kill Rape Jews Groiper for 2069, over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's how bad it is. All right, so this is obviously a very tongue-in-cheek tweet. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just out here rage baiting for the love of the game. But I want to translate this tweet into the most basic understanding of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Jews are feeling safer around groipers, edgelord, meme lord, cringe shits on Twitter, sure, whatever you want to say, but they're not violent, over the moderate left, the college students that are going to overwhelmingly peaceful, in other words, violent riots,
right?
Whatever riot you want, the Black Lives Matter riots, the Free Palestine riots, all those
No
other
Kings riots,
right?
yep.
And are literally celebrating the murder of an innocent man for saying opinions they don't like, and they would celebrate the murder of me, the murder of you, they would celebrate the murder of your parents, your grandparents, your sister, your children. They would celebrate all of your deaths, because Charlie Kirk was a moderate right-wing guy that had basic bitch opinions, and because of his opinions, they murdered him. So that's how bad it is. This is a statement that I made at 4 o'clock in the morning. This is a statement for how fucking insane the state of society is. Now, to be clear, a lot of people think that this is just me, being overly edgy for the sake of it, so I want to make this clear.
We've been covering a lot of stuff.
No, this is actually, I think, a very real position that a lot of people have. Now, to be clear, this...
We covered Charlie Kirk, covered the president. He did a vaccine thing today, or a autism thing today. We covered a lot of stuff. But welcome in.
Tweet is...
So I started streaming to do my part to get Hasan Piker off of the internet. So if that's something that you'd like to support, I would, consider following. That is my main focus. And then also I cover, I cover most, we'll call them social media, or we'll call them influencer. I cover a lot of influencer drama.
Not an endorsement of anything. It's not an endorsement of the Hitler-heiling anti-Semitic Jews control the universe, Nick Fuentes Groiper, and Kill Rape Jews Groiper for 2069. Christ. This is literally not an endorsement. This is just saying that this fucked up dude, somehow, I would feel more safe around that guy than this guy. Yeah. This is a condemnation of your bullshit. All right, so 100%. I made this tweet. I knew people would find it funny. Yeah. And some people would get really mad. Yeah. Obviously, people did get really mad. Of course, the response to this tweet, before we even get into Hasan, was thousands of...
The left, I say this all the time, the left caters towards emotions, while the right caters towards logic and rational thought. Which is why when a leftist has an argument with somebody from the right, and that person from the right out-argues the person from the left, they start lying, they walk away from the conversation, or they get violent.
Leftoids slandering me and sending me death threats to prove me wrong. I don't think you're aware. That does not prove me wrong. I'm sorry. Me getting thousands of death threats for this one tweet kind of proves exactly the point that I'm trying to make.
Yes.
I would rather the far right anti-Semites, groipers, showing up in the fucking chat and being like, you're one of the good ones.
Right.
Was the number really 6 million? Wow. I don't really give a shit if you make your anti-Semitic memes and jokes. You're literally not threatening my life, and that is immediately better. I don't give a shit about edgelords. The leftoids, they will fucking swarm you and be like, let's fucking kill you for your opinion. Your opinion is bad, you're a Nazi, and you should die now.
Right.
I want to make clear the difference here. This is not both sides.
Right.
This is not both sides at all.
Right.
Okay? I do not endorse the perspective of the fucking Hitler-heiling Jews control the universe, kill, rape Jews.
He's saying he prefers
2069. This is not an endorsement.
Right.
This is saying I feel safer around that guy.
Yeah.
And I am making a point to show how fucking retarded you leftoids are. So obviously this went viral.
Totally.
Got 65,000 likes, including, by the way, this was the big shock. Elon Musk himself
No.
Chief Meme Lord himself liked the tweet.
No.
I was very shocked, to
That's
be
pretty
honest, getting a
nice.
notification. Elon Musk liking the fucking Hi Jew here tweet. This was definitely a shocker
That's
of
fantastic.
all time. This is the second tweet of mine that Elon Musk liked in the span of 3 days. So
GG's, bro.
This is getting a little bit scary.
Hell
The
yeah.
last tweet of mine that Elon Musk liked, actually, which is one of the reasons why Hasan fucking hates me, was this tweet, where I literally list out all the fucking different times Hasan Piker has called for violence on his stream. Elon Musk liked this tweet as well. So I saw all the people come. So Hasan called me out on stream.
Yeah.
All of his audience came to give me death threats, which is definitely the thing to do to
yeah,
make Jews
typical.
feel safer.
Oh, yeah,
Absolutely.
100%.
So the tolerant left, they all came to send me death threats. So my immediate knee-jerk reaction was pinning the fucking tweet. So all of his audience that came to my page to harass me, every single one of them was immediately met with all of Hasan Piker's war crimes.
That's great.
I just personally think that's very funny. So anyway, this was definitely a wild day. A wild day. Tobuscus even made me a song in this honor, which was very nice of him. And I appreciate the song that he made for me.
Who's
This was
Tobuscus?
great. He called you up by name. Yeah, he pulled me up on Twitter and everything. All right, so this is a song Tobuscus made for me. Anyway, he's a lyrical mastermind. He's a lyrical mastermind. He's the
Great.
goat. We appreciate
Sure.
it. Thank you, Tobuscus. Very cool. Anyway, it gets really weirder. So I'm gonna prove my point first before we even cover Hasan Piker's slander, because he decided in response to this tweet to
Yes.
slander me in front of tens of thousands of people. So before we cover, and by the way, I am keeping all the receipts. I literally spoke to a lawyer about this. I'm keeping all the receipts. Every time Hasan fucking slanders me, it literally goes into the receipt bin, because my eventual defamation lawsuit, if he does survive prison, is going to be very, very glorious. Just letting you know. So, just saying, talk to a lawyer. The lawyer is very excited about this as well. This is literally a win for Team Lawyer. Jew Lawyer Alliance is a surprise. So, I wanted to show you this, because let me make it clear to you why right-wing people, Jews especially, feel safer among the fucking shit poster, hipster neo-Nazis on the internet over Hasan fans.
One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction of many.
We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck.
She would celebrate your death too.
I'm not saying she
These
deserved
people,
it, but
all
I'm
of them.
saying God's timing is always right.
They'd celebrate me dying.
Yo, they got Charlie Kirk.
By the way, this is not the reaction of the fucking cringe lords on Twitter. The cringe lord neo-Nazis. Those guys aren't doing this shit.
Bro, I've never been happier.
Never believe the reason I'm smiling. And it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
It's all the empathy.
Nothing to do with...
I would say pour one out for Kirky Boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Rest in peace, bozo!
Charlie Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah.
I do not.
These people
and
would
I
all
will
kill
not
you.
ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
I just heard that someone shot Charlie Kirk? Thoughts and prayers.
Oh no, someone shot Charlie Kirk. Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
Homie dead! Fuck your homie dead!
Uh-huh.
Fuck your homie dead! He got shot in the head! We got Charlie in the neck.
Right, so these are the tolerant leftists that I'm supposed to taper
got
around.
shot today. I had a tummy ache this morning. Stay alive out there.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is weird. You don't have to like violence, but
Asylum.
I'm confused as to how you thought the revolution was going to be magically bloodless.
I've been saying we need to bring
Wow. They say it out loud. You know who
Wow.
isn't saying that? The Nick Fuentes neo-Nazi cringe lords on Twitter. They're not
True.
saying we need a bloody revolution. None of them.
Right.
I don't feel bad, and I don't think that everyone deserves the right to free speech. I think some people should be afraid to express their opinion in public.
All right.
I didn't like what he
This
said,
is the leftoid reaction.
Well, yeah.
and I didn't like his opinions, and I don't really give a shit that he's dead.
Sorry, bro. Your average college student leftoid has less moral clarity than the fucking Twitter neo-Nazis. That should make you feel really fucking awful, shouldn't it, leftoids? This is your party. These are your coworkers and friends celebrating the death of an innocent man.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one.
That
It will
aged
impact
so
you.
well.
It's just great.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
Pretty crazy, huh?
I saw the video, but even put out the confirmation. There was no chance that he made it through that.
I'm really glad that they decided to post this online because these are your coworkers. These are your coworkers.
Yes.
I fully support every form
Firing.
of legal, ruthless violence against these people. Only legal, ruthlessness against this shit. Because these people want you dead. They want to kill you. They do. They're literally open about it. They want you dead, and they will support you. They will support your death.
This wasn't the one we were hoping for, but a welcome surprise nonetheless.
I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him.
That was just advocating for the president. Wow.
him sooner.
That's
And
who they
I'm
were talking
surprised that
about.
You guys aren't getting rid of more people.
All these people need to be in jail, by the way. We have laws against incitement of violence. All these people need to be arrested.
Yes.
Maybe the others will shut up and stop propagandizing retards into murdering people.
Yes.
Don't stop with him. Don't let him be the end dog.
These are the people that actually put this shit in the public. You have any idea what the private conversations have been like? The private convos? Just overhearing random people in public cheering about it? Sorry, bro.
Get rid of them all. His wife deserves to go too. Y'all keep on talking about his wife and kids. They need to go too because they're carrying on that mentality and that lineage. Like, get rid of the whole family. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Why did you guys stop with him?
There were thousands of videos like that.
So we're all on the same page. People that are actually awake, people that are actually
That's a really weird
and normal,
place to-
understand that my.
I swear that Nux has the talent to pause at the most weird places.
Tweet here, my obviously edgy, inflammatory tweet that got 10 million views, that was done, yes, to piss some people off, is actually fucking accurate as fuck. It's actually just accurate. It's funny, it's wrapped in edgy shit, yes it is, but it's also completely right. It is also
100%.
completely and utterly accurate. Now, let me understand the reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Charlie Kirk assassinated by a leftist trans activist. The right prays, mourns, and goes to church.
Yes.
The left, Democrat pedophile George Zinn distracts law enforcement, falsely claiming to be Charlie's shooter to help the assassin get away. He was charged criminally. Bomb was planted in a Fox News vehicle by two Democrat voters, criminal and terrorism charges.
Jeez.
They were both named Ahmed, by the way. It's a coincidence,
I
probably.
saw that.
Massive Charlie Kirk memorial vandalized and destroyed in Arizona. DNC super donor shoots up the ABC affiliate building in Sacramento, criminal charges. I'll be covering these in a separate video. All the violence. Jimmy Kimmel Show suspended for lying about left-wing terrorism.
Lying.
Thousands upon thousands of leftists losing their jobs for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Texas Tech student assaulted Charlie Kirk supporter, expulsion and criminal charges. Texas State student mocked Charlie's death and threatened a TP USA student, expulsion. 58 House Democrats vote against disavowing political violence. Brett Kavanaugh's left-wing political assassin comes out as trans, shocker. A bomb threat at RFK Jr.'s house, criminal charges. This is 1 week. All right, so let's understand this. The left kills Charlie Kirk. The left riots. All right, the left is rioting in response to the left killing Charlie Kirk. This is not a both sides issue. This is the left is a violent, fucking, radical, inbred terrorist organization.
They're insane.
Not everyone, not all of them, obviously, but a fuck ton of them. Not gonna lie, a metric fuck ton of them. All right, so this is Nick Fuentes. Now, he said some insightful shit, all right? He said some really insightful shit. Absolutely. He incites whatever you want to say. So let me introduce you to the other side, right? The Groypers, right? They're very anti-Charlie Kirk. They always have been anti-Charlie Kirk because he's pro-Israel and they hate Israel and they hate the Jews. All right, realistically, they probably do. All right, they claim they don't hate anybody, but they're not big fans of the Jews. All right, so this is something Nick Fuentes has said.
We need to eradicate Jewish stranglehold over the United States of America. That's first.
The Jews control the world.
We love everybody, but ideas.
We love everybody. And then here, let me find the clip because the clip is actually a banger here.
Thing is, though, we're not going to. We're in a holy war, and I will tell you this. Because we're willing to die in the holy war, we will make them die in the holy war.
Right, so this is dude actually saying the shit, right? So he says the crazy shit, right? Make the Jews die in a holy war. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. I am fully aware of what the actual Groyper situation is. Yeah, it's fucking inflammatory as shit. It really is. All right, I'll be real.
That's pretty
okay?
bad,
So
yeah.
let's be honest. All right, so that's something he says. He has also had some pretty wild claims Like, for example, celebrating Israel getting bombed by Iran.
If Iran cannot stand without Hezbollah or against the United States anyway, then maybe they should have just bombed Israel at the very start. Maybe they should have quickly and decisively and shockingly just hit Dimona and the electrical grid and sent Israel back a long time.
Yeah. So anyway, whatever, he does this whole thing, talk about how, we should Iran should bomb Israel. Here's him celebrating Iran bombing Israeli civilians.
30 to 40 minutes. Let's go, dude. Supreme leader.
Anyway, whatever. Wow. You get the point. Yeah, right. So, dude, I am fully aware. I'm showing you this because I am fully aware of who I'm dealing with. I am fully aware of who I'm dealing with. All right? But this was his response to Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. Now, I want to be clear. Charlie Kirk was an arch nemesis of Nick Fuentes because he was pro-Israel and pro-Jewish. And Nick Fuentes, well, as you can see, was obviously not. All right? So, This was his response. Right? I showed you the response of everyone fucking cheering, Hasan refusing to denounce it or condemn it. You got the fucking actual politicians refusing to condemn the assassination of, what's-his-face, right? So, all right. This is what he had to say about the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
This is a very delicate situation. This is a very delicate situation. I fear that this has set off a chain reaction. I pray to God there is no further violence. I pray to God that nobody else is hurt as a result of this. I hope that it stops here.
The gay Mexican's actually saying the right shit, man.
It should stop here. To all of my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you in the strongest possible terms. That is not what we are about. And the same goes obviously for the other side. And I want to make that very clear. It would be a profound moral, political mistake for anybody to take the bait.
Hasan Piker did not say any of that, by the way. Just to be clear. Just to be honest, Hasan Piker did not say a word of this. Here's another one with him saying that it's evil to laugh at this man getting killed.
These people that are now selling T-shirts with Charlie Kirk and a bullet wound in his neck, they cannot be negotiated with. You cannot debate with them. You cannot persuade them to vote Republican. You cannot appeal to them. You will never convince them that you're a good person, that you just want the best for everybody.
Right.
You will never get them to stop hating you. People like to say, well, can the left finally admit that they have their own problem? They'll never admit that. They'll never admit that.
Not wrong.
These craven losers, that person that when Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck, instinctually got up and turned and celebrated. They have to be defeated.
Yes.
We can't change their minds.
Right.
We can't invite them to change our minds. We can't negotiate with them.
100%.
We can't invite them for a political compromise.
Right.
If your gut reaction to seeing someone take a bullet in the neck and their face explode and their young children run up to them because they were afraid of the noise, if your reaction was to grin and celebrate, you must be defeated.
Yes.
You must be destroyed.
Right.
Great fact. Anyway, I really hope that this kind of wakes Nick Fuentes up to realize that the enemy of America is not nebulous Jews, and actually there is a fucking insurgent, radical, fucking retarded bullshit amount of people that literally want you dead in America. He's completely correct here. Now, to be clear, I showed you the clips before to show you I know who I'm talking about, okay? So I know exactly who I'm referring to and who I'm talking about when I make a obviously incendiary tweet like this. That is a man who does condemn violence, who does not want his audience to go fucking kill people. And yes, obviously, I don't think he likes me. Obviously, I don't think he likes me. I'm Jewish. He hates Jews. I'll be real. He doesn't hate anybody, he says. I think he probably doesn't like Jews a lot, to be honest. You know, from the whole we must destroy them in a holy war type of shit. I'll be real. I'll be honest. But Hasan Piker is directly violent, telling his audience to fucking kill people. Okay? This over here is a 27-minute compilation of 65 separate times Hasan Piker has called his audience for violence. I'm not going to show you all of it, but 27-minute straight compilation of Hasan telling his audience to kill people.
I put together this compilation where Hasan calls for political violence, endorses political violence, calls for people to be killed, endorses atrocities, endorses assassinations, makes light of rape, makes light of crime against humanity. So, firstly, He endorsed, gloated, laughed about the Trump assassination attempt.
Gunshots at the Trump rally? Shut the fuck up. No. Dark Brandon? Dark Brandon?
He said that America deserved 9/11.
Right? Supporting fucking Trump getting assassinated.
Like on America.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
He threatened to kill serving U.S. Senator Tom Cotton. He called people to kill Ethan Klein's wife.
Every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like wife that participate in Israel. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal.
He literally just told his audience to fucking
kill
a YouTuber's wife.
Yeah.
Because she was Israeli.
Right.
Okay? Like, you gotta fucking understand what's happening.
Would kill Rick Scott.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Yep.
Okay?
He called me to kill Nick Fuentes.
The moment is clear. You gotta stick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Hasan type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive, you know?
He gloated over death threats against ICE officials.
874 Bellevue Drive, and I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. Like, that's the type of messages they were leaving in this dude's office, and he's resigning. So I think that people are a lot more radical now. This is an unprecedented time to really get others on board. Someone has to do it. When I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. I think that
someone has to do it means someone needs to go kill Trump.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
That's what he
shows
said.
that there's a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact.
He said that the streets must so call for mass killings of land where his own mother is a property developer.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers. And motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
He attacked Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders called on protesters to be non-violent. He said that Bernie Sanders was not radical. He endorsed re-education camps in 2019 at the height of China's mass incarceration.
Yep.
Right. So this is him supporting Chinese re-education camps. We're obviously not going to watch the whole thing. This was 10. This was 10 out of 65 in a 27-minute long compilation of Hasan telling his audience to fucking kill people. All right.
Good on that guy for making that video.
I want to make this very clear. This is not an endorsement. All right? This is not some fucking endorsement of Hitler hiling anti-Semitic Jews control the universe. Nick Fuentes Groyper's named Kill Rape Jews Groyper for 2069. This is I don't think that guy will shoot me in the neck for disagreeing with him.
Right.
And Hasan Piker, I think you would. I think you would kill me if you could get away with it. So yes, and the thousands of death threats I got for this tweet, yes, they are in fact literal proof that I'm actually correct.
Right.
So, let's look at Hasan Piker's take. Hasan Piker reposts my thing as a screenshot. This isn't even a repost, so these views don't even count towards the total views of my tweet. So this is, my tweet, and he says, judge me by my enemies. Yeah, hi, Jew here, and he says, judge me by my enemies. You make it really fucking clear, Hasan. You make it really clear. Hi, I'm a Jew. I'm scared for my life around Hasan fans because I think they'll kill me. Hasan's response, judge me by my enemies. Yep, very cool. Unsurprisingly, Hasan Piker takes Jews feel safer around hipster neo-Nazis over Hasan fans as a compliment because he does want to kill us. Because he just wants to kill us. And I say us, I don't just mean Jews. I mean basically any conservative guy. Anyone that's kind of similar to Charlie Kirk. He basically went on a fucking generational media run to go fucking, say that Charlie Kirk deserved to die. All right? I'll be clear here. I know what we're fucking doing. This is not two sides. Nux, I can't believe you're becoming a radical. Oh, I'm sorry. Did literally millions of people wanting me dead make me a radical? Have I been radicalized by millions of people that would kill me and support my murder?
Right.
Did that radicalize me?
Right.
No. That made me fucking normal.
Right.
It is normal to not want to be surrounded by fucking murderous, rapist, dirtbags that literally want you dead.
Make them go away.
With all due respect.
100%.
With all due respect. Elon Musk liked my tweet.
They all need to go away.
True, because he knows I'm correct, and because he understands how fucked up it is that this guy is less dangerous than a moderate leftist. All right, I want to make this clear. You guys are fucking scum, and you're gonna get fucking destroyed. You will. You are gonna get fucking obliterated. Holy shit. Unreal how obliterated you're gonna get. This was a wake-up moment for America like October 7th was a wake-up moment for Israel. All right? They want you dead. They all want you dead. All right? Again, not to say that this means you should kill all of them, but it means you gotta fucking be aware that they literally want to kill you. All right. So anyway, Hasan reacted to me on stream, which was goated. Very excited to see what he has to say. I'm sure he isn't gonna slander me 4 separate times in this one clip. It's epic foreshadowing. Of course, he doesn't even engage. He doesn't even engage in the argument. Well, watch this shit.
That same guy.
This is the largest leftist streamer, by the way, for the record. Largest leftist streamer.
He never actually
calling out the blue Jew for some reason.
That same guy.
Right, so this is the tweet of all the fucking crimes that Hasan committed. Very cool. Love that.
Said this. And by the way, it might not surprise you to find out that this person is a VTuber.
All right. So far true.
Yes.
Did my VTuber break? Oh, yeah. So far true. That is the last honest thing he says.
Who, of course, has engaged with lolicon, drawn pornographic material of children.
This is literally a lie.
Not true.
He's basically calling me a pedophile.
Right.
This is literally a lie.
Right.
First of all, he won't say my name. He's scared of me. So he's so scared of me, he refuses to say my name. What he's referring to is I made videos in the past criticizing the cringe shit that comes out of Japan.
Right.
That's engage with, according to him. I criticized some of the cringe shit that comes out of Japan, and according to Hasan, he frames it as engaged with it to basically slander me as a pedophile.
Right.
And
defamation.
by the way, Legal Mindset, everyone's favorite lawyer, literally reached out to me and said, save this. This is actionable for a defamation lawsuit. All right? Just to be clear. I want to make it obvious. Hasan Piker, who has gone to brothels in Germany that sex trafficked a child, all right? As well as Hasan Piker, who went to Diddy parties with sexualized children, according to him, is calling me out
100%.
for bullshit. Anyway, we keep going.
Okay.
That's lie number 1. Called me a pedophile.
And he is super pro-Israel. He apparently stalked Jaden Animation for a while as well.
I stalked Jaden Animations? You're calling me a stalker? What the fuck? So for the record, what he's referring to is I made YouTube videos reacting to Jaden Animation videos. You know how I do reaction videos? How I've been making videos on YouTube for 10 years reacting to random shit?
Yes.
And for the record, being incredibly funny in my reactions, I reacted to Jaden Animation videos, and he's saying I'm a stalker. Let me see if I can find the tweet. Because of tweets like this, I'm sure that he doesn't know the context. So this person made a tweet. This is 150,000 likes. Yeah, I really angered the leftoids, by the way.
Right.
The leftoids have been incredibly angered. So this tweet is a picture of me reacting to Jaden Animations with a comment from Jaden Animations saying, can you fuck off? This is not a real comment. This is edited. This is not a real comment, bro. This is not real. This is a fabricated image. And you're calling me a stalker. 150,000 likes. You call me a stalker for this? A stalker? That is a legal term. What the fuck? Like, again, Hasan Piker refuses to actually engage in any argument ever. He refuses to engage in an argument. He would rather just slander you. Leftoid tactics, by the way. Honestly, I should stop calling him a terrorist supporter. I should really start calling him a terrorist. I should start calling him a terrorist. He is part of Antifa, a terrorist organization. Literally, this is fucking insane.
He also is a volunteer for Hamas and for Hezbollah and the Houthis. He does free work for them. He spreads their message. He endorses them. He propagandizes people. He's a terrorist.
Insane that I have to deal with this shit. And again, he's saying this in front of how many? Tens of thousands of live viewers.
And then you have all the people who are his orbiters who will repeat it, so it winds up going to millions of people. And then he has I don't know how many he's got on YouTube. I can't remember. I think it was like 500,000. I don't remember. Anyways, millions of people are watching this shit. That's why when you see a leftist rally, a protest rally, there's people dressed up like terrorists. Because of him. Specifically him.
Right? Now, to make this clear, Nick Fuentes never slandered me, all right? Even when he talked about me. Even when far-right people talk about me. The neo-Nazi online people talk about me. They don't slander me.
Right.
You do. You slander me because you want your audience to kill me. This is a direct threat. It's slander like this, calling people Nazis and fascists. It's labels like this that leftoids like you put on people so that your leftoid audience will kill me. That's what happened to Charlie Kirk. They called him a Nazi for fucking forever, and someone actually thought that he was a Nazi and murdered him. So I understand the game. Thank you. Very cool. Anyway, so that's the second lie. Calls me a stalker.
Well, and he is a pro-Israel lolicon who defended Dr. Disrespect as well.
I never defended Dr. Disrespect. Never. I don't even know where you come up with this shit. So Dr. Disrespect was canceled for engaging in inappropriate conversations with a child. And I, for the record, made like several videos calling him out for that and saying it's disgusting and inappropriate.
I
have
hear of this.
Never defended Dr. Disrespect. He is basically telling his audience that I run defense for pedophiles. That's what he's trying to say.
What he's saying.
Again, not true. I never ran defense for Dr. Disrespect. That's fucking insane, first of all. And second of all, so more lies. That's lie number 3. Hasan Piker supports pedophiles. Everything he says, it's all projection. Every single thing he says is projection. Hasan supports pedophiles. He supports the Houthi terrorists. Are you aware that Houthis are pedophiles? Did you know that Houthis marry 8-year-old children? Do you know that articles come out of Yemen occasionally that an 8-year-old girl died from internal bleeding after getting raped by her husband? 8-year-olds? You support the Houthis, okay? You call me a fucking Dr. Disrespect defender when you are a defender of actual terrorist pedophiles? You're going to jail, Hasan, and it's going to be really funny for me. All right, let's keep going.
He said, "Hi, Jew here. I uniquely get shit from the far right and the far left, and I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-hiling, anti-Semitic, Jews-control the universe, Nick Fuentes Groiper named Kill Rape Jews Groiper 4/2069 over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrates Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's how bad it is."
All right, so I'm clearly saying I would feel safer here than there. This is not an endorsement of anything, right? Like, read the tweet. No endorsements here. It's clearly saying I feel safer here than there. All right.
Isn't this loser Canadian? Yes.
All right. So he doesn't actually engage with it, but he says, "Judge me by my enemies," implying I am a Nazi, which, by the way, I got a fuck ton of death threats for this, calling me a Nazi for a tweet like this that isn't endorsing or taking any side at all. This is just saying a basic reality that I fucking feel safer among certain people. All right. Get ready for lie number 4.
Isn't this loser Canadian? Yes. But apparently, post-October 7, he moved to Israel, is what people were saying.
All right, so that's lie number 4. I have always been, from the time of my birth, I have always been a dual citizen, Canadian and American. My dad is Canadian, my mom is American. I've always been American. I live in America. I'm not Israeli, but I've not moved to Israel post-October 7th. But he keeps pushing this to, just keep lying more and more and more. He can only lie. He can only lie every single time.
Right.
I am from Israel, and this is my politique.
Right. So he sees a tweet that he misconstrues as me saying I support Nazis. Okay. He immediately misconstrues it saying that I support Nazis, which I didn't say here. But he says that that's what I said. That's 1. 2, he's proud that I feel unsafe around his audience, because he basically primes his audience to fucking kill me. Let's be real. That's exactly what he's doing. He has literally primed his audience to kill me. Just now, in this one thing, he called me a pedophile. He said I support pedophiles. He says I am Israeli, which is just wrong. It's not, not an insult, just completely just a lie. He says I'm Israeli.
But they don't like Israelis.
4th lie. Oh, and then I'm a stalker. This is insane. He says I'm a pedophile that supports pedophiles. I'm a stalker, and I'm Israeli.
Right.
Okay.
All the
Hasan
things
Piker is
they
a terrorist supporter that might have fucked children. That is not slander.
That is not slander. No, it isn't.
You just look at the actual responses. Is this the guy who is dick riding Trash Taste, the podcast with 2 people who are very openly lolicons, yet Nux Taku, who says lolicon is bad, is suddenly the problem? Well, obviously, because Hasan Piker slanders me because he wants his audience to kill me. Like, we have to make this clear. All right? We have to make this clear. All right? Nick Fuentes, all right? The Groiper movement, those guys, sure. I don't think they love Jews. I'll be real. I really don't. They're pretty open about that they don't like Jews or trust Jews or anything like that. I don't think they're going to kill me. I think Hasan Piker would kill me. I think Hasan's audience would kill me.
His audience
the proof
would.
of that? Hasan Piker read the terrorist manifesto and essentially supported the guy that murdered 2 random Israeli Christian guys in Washington, D.C. He said he was justified in his actions.
Right.
So yes, I fully stand by what I said. Because, in fact, yes, I wrote this in a rage bait fashion because I understand how the internet works.
Right.
It worked. I got over 10 million views on this one tweet alone, aside from all the screenshots of it flying around.
Right.
But, yes, the reality is, this is true. This is true. Realize how fucked up your party is when Jews feel safer around neo-Nazis, as you call them. The blue Jew has spoken. True. I'd rather hang out with you than a white guilt liberal or Muslim, so I guess you're not the worst, right? So we got our white nationalist YouTubers. All right, can you get me a 0% approval on a loan? So I said I spoke to the Jew cabal and I cannot. So I don't care. I don't care if I get insulted. Ho math. This is the pulse. One side is truth, the other has lies. It's black and white. It really is.
Yep.
It really is, honestly.
Yep.
It's crazy. So here's the fuck off edited tweet, because that's what you got. Thanks, Hasan. Very cool. Now, the reality is, these people actually do want to kill me. They do. It's very obvious that they want to kill me. They basically talk in barely coded language that they want to kill me.
Barely,
and of course, everyone's favorite retards on the internet, they came out saying the quiet part out loud, admitting he's fine with Nazis because they're nicer to him. Yeah, I never said that. But they know that. Again, they only operate in lies. They never operate in truths.
They always
and these people are getting destroyed for it, and they deserve every ounce of their destruction.
Yep.
Again, non-violently.
Yep.
No, I never said I'm fine with Nazis because they're nicer to me. I said I feel safer among far right than far left. And it's just fact. And all the death threats I've gotten have proved it. All right, here we got the next fucking retard. All right, so this is Evan Loves Worf. He's like one of the biggest leftist Twitter accounts on the planet. We've reached the point where the Zionists are saying literal Nazis aren't that bad. No, actually, that's not what I said at all.
No.
Because you only have lies. You literally only have...
That's all they can do is bullshit. Yeah, that's all they can do. He's just... Not that bad means that they're pretty, that he condones them. He says that they're better than what the left is doing. If you got one guy who's murdered 100 people and you've got another guy who's murdered one person, quick maths, the guy who killed one person's probably not as scary.
Lies. That is the only thing you have, and that's why you could never ever win.
Actually, I'd be terrified around
evil will be
both of them.
destroyed,
Not
and you
gonna
guys
lie.
are gonna get absolutely fucked. But again, they only have lies. No,
Yeah.
I never said literal Nazis aren't that bad. That's not what I said here. What I
Right.
did say is you're worse. All right, really
Yeah.
glad we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I wasn't talking about literal Nazis. I was talking about groypers. All right, I don't think groypers are literal Nazis.
Different
I think most
shades
of it
of
is just
bad.
memes anyway. But yeah, no, sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. Groypers are not literal Nazis. And if this is your interpretation, what I'm actually saying is you're worse. You became more dangerous. Sorry, bro.
Yep.
Y'all are getting absolutely fucked in the public eye.
Mhm.
You don't even know it. So Rev
Yep.
Says Des, who made a video about this, apparently he talked about this a little bit. And also other things that happened on Twitch. So lock in, boys and girl. It is time for a very fun deep dive into how fucked
long
Hasan
is this
is.
shit?
Because that dude's going to jail. Yeah. I'm really glad about my rage bait tweet, actually. A lot of people have been telling me I should delete it, that I should take it down because of death
Nah,
threats.
bro.
No,
Fuck 'em.
no, I stand by it. Fuck
Yeah.
all of you.
Yeah.
We're done with the era of, yes, they want to kill me, but I'll be quiet about it. All right?
Nah,
Sorry.
exactly.
Sorry. Not actually playing the game anymore.
No.
I know you want to kill me. I know that that's the game. It's been really obvious for a very long time.
Yep.
The Free Palestine people that go out there to peacefully protest and shoot up restaurants.
Right.
Yeah, pretty sure that they're not exactly the most peaceful of protesters.
Right.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So as you can see, I am not at the humble abode, so no VTuber model for today, but we have a lot to talk about. Many different social media platforms
Who
are
is
under
this?
major fire right now,
Yep.
and Twitch is probably the one under the most heat at the moment. I
Whoa.
reported on this the other day. The CEOs of Discord, Reddit, Twitch, and Steam have been invited to testify in front of Congress. Of course,
I mean, the wording and the I was confused by the wording of the letter too, because it does seem like a choice.
Of course, this is an invitation. They don't have to
Yes.
do it, but this is
Okay,
how out
it
of
is.
control
Yeah.
things are getting. And the main concern, obviously, here is the amount of violent rhetoric being shared in platforms by these various social media platforms. It's a pretty big deal. Now, what's going on with Twitch? Well, everyone's looking at Hasan Piker, and we'll talk about him later in this video, but it appears that Mizkif
right.
was at least temporarily
Yeah, I saw that.
banned on Twitch.
Yeah.
for
Mizkif is like one of those random.
He's
he
like
dro-
he's like an idiot, right? He's like what? If anybody's ever had like a stupid dog, right, where they're like kind of goofy. That's what Mizkif is like, right? Where they just do dumb shit. You know, like I had this dog, right? And he loved to eat his own shit. And as much as we tried, we yelled at him and we scolded him and we told him, hey, don't do that. And he put it down and run away like, oh, whoops, the jig's up, boys, scram. He'd do it again. He'd just do it again. It's just, that's Mizkif. That's basically Mizkif in a nutshell. Just like, he's just a retard who can't help himself.
his best to be like not edgy and safe and not try to stir the pot at all.
Yeah.
Like trying his best, but you know, every once in a while he lets it slip and he got absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
Dude, I made an entire video on Twitch getting called into Congress. You should watch my previous video on it. But no, I think that it's a turning point for the USA. It is a turning point for the USA. It is time for all of these absolute.
And that goes back to my original message, folks. No matter how long it's been since Charlie Kirk's death, his memorial, his burial, no matter what happens, we really have to dial in. We got to dial in, and this has got to be a mission that we focus on. It used to be that everybody believed in accountability. It used to be that people thought before they did things because there was consequences for your actions. It used to be that when people tried to weasel their way out of trouble, it didn't work. Accountability is paramount right more than ever. So, yes, this is the mission, folks. We hold people accountable until they realize accountability is normal. And they expect it. They should expect to be held accountable.
Degenerate cock gobblers to get obliterated. Literally enough of this shit. We've played by your rules for too long. All right? Get fucked, bro.
Yeah.
The reasons that aren't 100% clear, but a lot of
Social
people
degeneration.
are pointing to this clip of him just from the other day where he was reacting to the Charlie Kirk shooting and was basically making jokes about it.
Uh-huh.
That was traumatic.
Oh my god, my heart.
No, his neck.
No, Miz, that's so funny.
What? He's a right-wing political guy. They find that stuff funny all the time.
That's fucking crazy.
That's
Human
fucked
being
up.
With empathy says, wow, that's fucked up. He's like, right-wingers find that funny. Again, it's this constant dehumanization. For the record, I don't know a single instance of someone getting killed and right-wingers making fun of it. I can't think of any. Everyone's like saying, Paul Pelosi was assaulted. First of all, most right-wingers did not support that. And second of all, he didn't get killed. So again, this is fucking insane. But anyway.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
Oh my god. What a shot. Holy crap.
Miz, this is a different joke.
What do you mean? Our whole political system's a joke. What do you want me to say?
Oh my god, my heart.
So yeah, a lot of people are...
Right. So, right. Yeah, I think you should get banned for this, to be honest. I know that you're going to say, Nux, I thought you don't support censorship. No, let me explain. This isn't censorship. If you support the murder of an innocent man, then you are getting your audience to kill more innocent men. Immediately.
As a public figure, yes. What did I do?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Justified his death in a second. His chat was roasting him. Of course he was, because he's evil. But if your immediate knee-jerk reaction to watching that video is being like, wow, what a shot. Yeah, you're fucking basically signaling to your audience to keep doing this. Again, I think this is insane. Now, he was banned for 12 hours. For 12 hours. What an absolute fucking joke of a website. Oh, my lord. He was banned for 12 hours, bro.
Are looking at that clip and saying, read the...
Tectone got banned for longer for calling somebody fat and calling an actual prostitute a whore.
Room dude, this was the day after the assassination. It's not a great look whatsoever. And I'm not super familiar with Mizkif, but the last time I saw him, he was in Japan doing pull-ups on cherry blossom trees, which is obviously very disrespectful to do as a tourist, a guest in another country.
Last time I talked about Mizkif, he was in this giant scandal where he allegedly silenced someone from coming out with sexual assault allegations about his friend. That's the last time I saw him.
But a lot of people are looking at this and saying, hey man, I don't feel sorry that you got banned on Twitch. But he would have a sort of meltdown over this whole, where he had kind of a hot mic situation where he was saying a bunch of stuff and he got caught by some of these videos here. But to boil it down, he started complaining about the ban, saying it was
a fucking joke. No, it's because of a fucking clip played when I was driving. They fucking banned me during my sponsor. They take time to give it to him. Hasan gets banned on his day off. W.
Yeah.
They banned me live. I'm in the middle of my fucking sponsor, in the middle of a sponsor. A fucking... What, you think you should get special treatment? Like, I love how entitled these people are. These people are so unbelievably entitled, constantly. It's insane. It's insane how entitled literally all of these people are. Yeah, I don't care. I will not cry for you. Literally, all these people need to fucking get a life. Now, I want to make something clear. They're immediately all hypocrites. They all fucking celebrated Trump getting banned. So the censorship argument, I don't care. Cry more. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. You created cancel culture and now it's fucking you in the ass. Oh well. Oh well. Elbozo. Don't care. That's my response. That's my immediate response. But Nux, what about morals and consistency? What about consistent morality? Let me make something clear. Fuck you. Fuck you. All right? That's my response. Oh well. You played the game. Yeah, you fuck around. You find out. All right, so that's one.
Play
right?
stupid
you don't
games,
live by
win
morals.
stupid
I don't know why
prizes.
you expect me to live by morals. That's my response to you.
Yep.
My response to my audience, who would ask that in good faith, is it is 100% morally acceptable to ban somebody or to censor somebody.
Yes.
Or to
Yes. And more people should be getting banned.
deplatform somebody who is essentially giving his audience a green light to murder people.
Yes.
Okay. All right. There's a massive moral difference here. Okay.
It's not that what he did wasn't wrong. It's that there's so much wrong going on Twitch that him saying things like, "Oh, Hasan Mizkif referencing Hasan as you're gonna ban me, but you're gonna ban Hasan on his day off, or not at all." They're all wrong, and they should all be banned.
Making a joke, saying the N-word or whatever, all right? If you fucking say the N-word, all right, you get banned.
Yeah.
But if you literally condone or make light of random political assassinations,
Also, if you call somebody
people are following
fat.
suit, sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, get fucked. Get fucked. Oh, well, I guess your voice won't reach people where you could tell them to kill you anymore. Oh, well, oopsie poopsie.
Oopsie poop.
We're living in the reality
he said it.
where 25% of America wants you dead. 25% of America wants you personally dead. You, your parents, your siblings, your children, they want you dead. All right?
Yes.
Destiny fucking goes out there and says every right-winger that dies is one less right-winger to vote. They want you dead.
Yeah.
All right? Get it through your head. Recognize that this is the reality that we're in. Okay?
Yes.
That's what's going on. This is like the
100%.
ultimate fucking wake-up moment, but that's what's happening. And a lot of people will say that this is a radical perspective. It's not.
That my mouse?
Fair.
That's his mouse.
Because it was in the
God
middle
damn it.
of...
But I'm white, I'm not a Jew. This is not Jew exclusive. All right? I do think that like the Free Palestine people are more anti-Jew specifically than anti-white, but the rest of the country is more anti-white than anti-Jew. Look at Irina, who was murdered for no reason on a subway by a random black man that was released from prison 24
And
times.
he's like, "Oh, I got that white girl. I got that white girl."
Look at that motherfucker. He murdered an innocent random white girl,
Yeah.
and no one on the train helped her.
Right.
Not one person.
Right.
The train was full of black people, by coincidence. Not one of them went to
Yeah,
help
sure,
her.
coincidence.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry. They want you dead.
But
Also,
they
can
sure like to fuck white women, don't they?
consider Jews white, just in case you were curious.
a sponsored stream, which, sorry it's not convenient for you when you got suspended. And he also brings up the fact that it was originally going to be a week-long ban, but he also brought up one other thing, and that is Hasan Piker saying, and Hasan gets banned on his day off, which is something that a lot of people have claimed that Hasan Piker, even the very rare times he actually gets banned, it tends to be on his days off, which is, well, not too surprising if you know anything about Twitch and the preferential treatment he
October 8th cannot come soon enough.
Gets over there. But of course,
That's what I'm saying.
name-dropping Hasan, well, it activated him, and he was very, very shocked by what Mizkif said. Basically, flabbergasted that someone would speak negatively about him and point out his preferential treatment on the platform.
Right.
Pluto, I didn't do anything wrong. Why did I get banned?
The Charlie Kirk stuff.
Wait, what'd I say?
You, hold on, let me look at it real quick. I'll tell you exactly. The guidelines say glorifying, endorsing, or expressing approval of a person's past or current traumatic events. And you said some
you glorified, that's for sure.
things in a VOD, I don't know if it was yesterday or when it was, that was basically making light of his death. you said things like
which for the record, Hasan Piker does every day.
Every day for the last
he's not
week.
banned yet.
Yeah.
He will be. He will be. He will be banned. And he will be, in my opinion, not saying any predictions here, but he will be removed from YouTube as well, probably. We're at a very crucial time in society. These people need to be destroyed. They do. They're dangerous.
Yeah.
We literally need laws. Like, the best way to de-escalate? Actually following the law. Following the law, everything will get de-escalated. Literally,
But he
all of
breaks
it's
the
gonna get
law
de-escalated.
all
of
the
it.
time.
That's right. We have a law called the Communist Enforcement Act of 1953. Get him the fuck out of here. You can deport him. You can jail him. I don't care. He's inciting violence. He's supporting terrorists. You have legal precedent and ability to jail him forever.
100%.
Let's just start following laws, guys.
Yeah.
If you arrest 3-4 Hasan Pikers, people are going to stop doing this shit. They will.
Literally everyone does that for everything on Twitch. What?
I mean, apparently across the line when you talked about how you're glad he's dead.
I didn't. I was making a small joke.
Yeah, and then you went on to say, I'm kidding, or am I kidding, or am I? Like you kind of.
Immediate response. Hasan's still not banned, by the way. What the fuck is this? A fucking joke? No, because Vic played when I was driving. They fucking banned me during my sponsor. They take. And Hasan gets banned on his day off, and they ban me live. I'm in the middle of my fucking sponsor. Wait, what the fuck? Why is he bringing me up? Yeah, dude.
Because you're a terrorist
he's
supporter
an asshole,
and probably
yeah.
a terrorist as well.
Right.
I think you're a terrorist, so I think it really makes sense to bring you.
I consider him a terrorist. If you do free, just because you're not on their payroll, just because you do free work for them, doesn't mean you're not a terrorist.
Up, to be honest.
Dude, I'm very careful about this sort of stuff. That's the reason why they have to fucking go all the way back to like 2018 to be like, see, he was violent or some shit.
It's a pattern of behavior.
Yeah, we don't need to go back to 2018. We could go back to yesterday. Are you fucking retarded?
God damn. Yeah, why?
Bro, there's a 65 example compilation there. Bro. You know what? We'll do 10 more. We'll do 10 more on the fucking compilation at 2 times speed.
He called on his followers to shank these motherfuckers and to gut their opponents, to gut right-wingers.
I'm sick and tired of it. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the fuck is this shit, man? Slice them up.
When he did his PR tour after the murder of Charlie, when he was saying that he was against violence, he was literally photographed by Politico in front of an artwork that displayed him with a baseball bat that said, he essentially endorsed the execution of staff members at the Israeli embassy, saying that the killer had jail intentions. He read it on a stream.
I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, a little bit brain broken.
He called for Jews to be completely driven out of society. Anyone who believed in Israeli country, which is like 80% of Jews in the world, should not even be allowed to be dog catchers. He called for their total expulsion from society.
Hasan Piker, wow. I can't believe Nux would say that he feels safer around far-right people than far-left people.
Regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting. If they've ever exhibited any sort of fucking any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
He called for my death on his stream. Tens of thousands of people. He called for me to be executed at a Nuremberg trial for supposedly supporting Israel.
Him and Drew are the same. Tim Pool and Destiny are the same. If there was obviously a real karmic justice out there or any sort of real lawfare out there, real rule of law out there, they would be treated in the exact same way that journalists were treated for defending the Holocaust. Okay? For their consistent support of Israel's genocide, they would be tried in the exact same manner that members of the media were tried during the Nuremberg trials. To me, there is no difference between Tim Pool and Destiny in that regard. There is no difference between Tim Pool and Drew Pavlov in that regard.
He said I should be jailed.
Like, there's that fucking weird Australian pervert. What is his name? Drew, whatever the fuck his name is. He's like the guy who's like, I want to kill, Chinese nationals or whatever. He should just go to jail. I don't know why he's not in jail, but Drew Pavlov. Yeah, that guy.
Endorsed fake AI.
Also, I want to apologize to Jackson Hinkle. This is the one apology that I will be delivering to the American Communist Party, specifically Jackson Hinkle. I don't know what the fuck he did, but I heard that he blew Drew Pavlov off Twitter. Broken clock. Critical support.
He joked about kidnapping refugee children and turning them into Turkish soldier slaves like the Janissaries.
Yeah, I saw that one. That's crazy.
Wild boy that my soldiers brought in and were like, this boy right here, he's going to be a good prophet. He's going to be the Janissary. No way.
Janissaries are where Islamists basically kidnapped Christian children and raised them to be their slave servant warriors for Islam. That's what a Janissary is, in case you're unaware. So this is them saying they want to kidnap Drew Pavlov's children and turn them into Janissaries.
No, he's a Janissary. Well, I think he would make for a horrible Janissary. We would need to get to him very early before Drew destroys his mind. Yeah.
He joked about sexual violence against infant girls, saying if they're old enough to count, they're old enough to mount.
Back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
Yeah, and then he calls other people pedophiles.
Multiple jokes telling young men to separate women from the herd of their fat friends.
You might think, wait a minute, there's no way this is going to work. Yes, it does. Let's get out of here. It's time to get out of there, and it's time to separate her from her herd, meaning her crowd of girlfriends that are going to do their best to cockblock you because they're fat and lonely.
He basically endorsed the rape of rich colleges, said it was fine if it was at a
They were at least
This is a crazy one.
Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know?
All right, so this was 21 on the compilation. I can keep going. There's 65 examples. This is a 30-minute video. 30-minute video of straight calls to violence and shit.
Why you say fuck me for, bro? God.
Why did you say fuck me? Why? I'm such a good boy.
Damn. And there's like people in the fucking replies being like, whoa, Hasan is still not banned. Yeah, I wonder why I'm still not banned, especially because of something like this.
Yeah.
Because the CEO sucks your dick?
As you can see, he was absolutely flabbergasted, and he couldn't believe what was being said. But we know Hasan Piker at this point. This guy has been doing basically everything he can to destroy Twitch, and it's really Twitch's fault as well,
for letting it happen.
They don't want to do anything about it. They let him get away with everything. So
I've always wondered if perhaps like Hasan's special contract allows him to basically say whatever he wants to say. I've always wondered that if maybe he has a special contract, special terms of service. Not sure.
Why would he ever stop? The rhetoric just keeps getting more and more intense. I think a lot of people have pointed out something that I agree with, where he starts off with this very hateful rhetoric, and it's like, it's never going to be enough. So he has to keep upping the ante, going further and further, and he's playing a very dangerous game. This is not going in a good direction. It hasn't been going in a good direction for him, for the platform, for anyone for quite some time, but he's still got a lot to say. In fact, he says that Twitch rarely takes action against him.
Yeah.
Because he plays by the rules.
Yeah, he follows all the rules.
He does.
This guy
That's right.
is saying
who literally slandered me 4 times over the course of 1 minute. He follows the rules.
Yeah.
He plays by the confines of the terms of service on Twitch. Do you believe that? I don't think anybody looking at this objectively believes any bit of what he's about to say.
Not gonna lie, your sub count, the only thing having them not throw you under the bus before this, probably their metrics show you're not botted and viewers largely only watch you.
True.
Yes. There's a couple different reasons. One, because I play ball, okay?
No.
No matter how much my haters try to fucking present it, is the opposite.
No.
Bro, your haters don't need to present. Dude, if you have a 30-minute long compilation of you calling for violence, bro, I will be real. I don't think this is like a your haters takes me out of context shit.
In the confines of the terms of service. I'm a progressive figure, and also associating with me for Twitch.
He just said that him being progressive has something to do with him not getting special treatment,
and therefore Amazon as well is a positive one in the eyes of mainstream news, because they get a lot of prestige when the New York Times writes about, you know, a young activist fighting the good fight or whatever the fuck, right?
Bro, he's retarded. Bro, you're retarded. Holy
On top
shit.
of that, I also make money for the platform because a percentage of your subscriptions go to Twitch.
The fucking prestige of having this guy. Dude, you are literally destroying the platform. They have no epic
They're
prestige
about
from
to cave in on themselves.
having you.
I would not be surprised if the president bans Twitch. I would not be surprised.
You're a fucking narcissist.
But there's the thing. Just in case, because, government likes to watch everything that's going on the internet. So let me just say this. If the government were to ban Twitch, Hasan and people like Hasan and people who listen to Hasan and people who repeat things that Hasan says, they'll go somewhere else and do exactly the same thing. I would like for Twitch to stick around, but I would like for Hasan to have no place to speak publicly.
Psycho retard. And by the way, a lot of people don't know this. He pays. He pays to get interviewed places. He has an agent that he literally has on a payroll to get him articles in in newspapers and shit.
Yeah.
Like, bro, it's not prestige. If you're
he has an agent, but it's also Asmongold's agent.
Fucking paying for it. Just like you don't have Riz if you pay for sex in brothels. His girlfriend's a whore. He pays for sex in brothels. He goes to Diddy parties. This fucking disgusting shitbag is really trying so hard.
So for them, they see a lot of discontent, they see a lot of anger, they see all this like bullshit, and at least for the time being, they think, yeah, it's not, you know, there's no reason to just like fucking clap this person.
Yeah, he plays ball, and he sticks within the confines of the terms of service. That
when he tells his audience to kill Rick Scott, yeah, I don't know, bro.
Is one of the most ridiculous, bold-faced lies I've ever heard. How is he
jail,
really
please.
that detached from reality? He's either like a masterful troll at this point, or he's just completely detached from reality. Anybody looking at this objectively understands this guy runs
he knows what he's
of
doing.
the terms of service. He has no respect for it. And again, why would he? Because they don't ever punish him on this platform. But also, he's been beefing with Nuxtaku, which is interesting.
It's interesting because he tries his best to ignore me, but unfortunately, I was a little bit too viral for him. He tried his best to ignore me, but unfortunately, he can't because I'm unfortunately like actually leading the charge and getting this guy to go to jail. Sorry, bitch. You can try, but you can't hide. I'm out here living rent free in this motherfucker's head.
Quoted saying, "Judge me by my enemies," and the first thing Nux says in this quote is, "Hi, Jew here." Now, what did he mean by that? Judge me by my enemies, and that's the first thing that's...
Hi, Jew here. Judge me by my enemies. Interesting. Wow.
Included in the tweet. Very interesting. But a lot of people are clowning on him. I think he's definitely lost the pulse of his platform. You go to any...
Like, dude, for the record, a lot of people are unaware of this. All right, Hasan Piker, right? You have to realize he's the largest leftist streamer. The largest. The number one biggest leftist streamer.
That's why he's
in
the
world,
biggest problem.
All right, not just in America. In the world. All right, insane. Yo, he's been retweeting shit about me. I didn't even know this. He's retweeting the fake Jaden post. This is absolutely insane.
This is what led this creepy ass
fucking
idiot
free. Holy shit. This is another Jaden, but this isn't even the one that I saw before. That's amazing. This is what led this idiot to this point. The fake can you fuck off comment in the comment section. Yo. Dude, that's cinema. That's fucking cinema. Holy shit. Dude, he's out there. He's on a crusade. He's really scared. He's really scared. He's going to jail, and he knows it's my fault. It's not easy. It's not easy. Damn, bro's been having a rough one. For the record, this is very funny. So this is him saying, "Judge me by my enemies," like, you know, him calling me out. Remember, he is the largest leftist streamer. The number one largest leftist streamer in America. All right, and he's up against one random blue guy. Me. The random blue guy? Bro, I ratioed him. I have 65,000 likes. He has 50,000. Bro got fucking killed. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Any recent Hasan tweet, he's getting dunked on left and right. He kind of lost the room, so to speak. He used to always tweet.
35-year-old man beefing with a cartoon. Nux, why don't you do a face reveal? I don't know. This guy literally wants to kill me.
And everything was positive. You know, some people would criticize, but now, it's all just memes making fun of him in the replies these days. But, yeah, judge me by my enemies. I'll judge you by your friends. This is a guy who platformed
actual fucking... Dude, he's not only a terrorist supporter, not only is he collabed with terrorists, but all his friends are rapists. He has like an army of friends that all ended up being rapists and terrorists. Like, dude, I just made a video talking about how one of his friends was just arrested for terrorist threats. Like a guy that he collabed with.
Terrorist. This is a guy who's friends with people who make violent threats, put bounties on people's heads.
Yep.
I mean, we'll judge you by your friends. We don't even have to go to your enemies. So a very weird thing for him to say. That is definitely for sure. And eventually...
Yeah, it's a weird thing for him to say. He fucking hates me, and he's terrified of me.
Yeah.
It's this beautiful combination of him hating me and being scared of me that honestly makes everything worth so much more. It makes everything worth it.
Actually, circling back to the main topic here,
By the way, Hasan, if you're watching this, we all know you're a pussy. Debate me. I'll debate you on anything you want. I'll give you two options, because I'm sure you'd like both of these. I'll debate you on Israel, Gaza, Palestine, whatever you want. Oh, I'll give you a third option. I'll debate you on you. Why I think you deserve to go to jail. I'm willing to debate you on that. And 3, I'm willing to debate you, because I know you're prepared to debate Charlie Kirk. I'm willing to debate you to strawman and defend every single Charlie Kirk point. Everything he's ever said, I am willing to debate you on. Everything. This isn't an endorsement of everything, but I am confident I could beat you in a debate with any position Charlie Kirk has ever taken.
Kiff was unbanned
after...
He won't. He's a pussy.
I don't even know, hours after the initial announcement. And yeah, interesting, right? You think about the...
Hasan just called a former hostage a Nazi? Bro, that's crazy.
That's wild.
Crazy. Wait, hold up. Is that real? Dude's a demon. Dude's a demon.
That's so crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, all right, let's see.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. So the moral of the story is Hasan needs to come off the internet. Needs to be treated like a sex offender. They need to take his devices away. They need to ban him from using the internet, and he should not be allowed to spread his message. Additionally, now that Charlie Kirk, the things that are happening with Charlie Kirk are starting to bring closure. Now is the time to get even stronger, so that we don't lose momentum. It's not a time to slow down, to forget what we're doing. It's a time to push forward and push harder.